关起来了。哎，好了，哎。
Hi, everyone. We're going to give it another couple of minutes before we start the meeting.
Hi, Valerie.
Hey, Ed.
Yes, hi.
Nice to see you.
Okay, nice to you too.
We just had 25, so just 1 second. I think we're almost at quorum.
Yes, all right, that's all right. We're filming. I'm early today.
Test 1, 2.
Ed, do you mind muting your microphone?
Yeah, yes.
Do you know how to do that? There you go. Thank you.
We have a quorum.
Okay, I'm going to give it just another minute. We usually have a little higher attendance than this. I just want to wait for everybody to get here.
Carter, for the full board packet, should we go to the website of CB2? Bob sent out an email saying—
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't have the full board package.
Yeah, apparently it didn't load onto the full board onto the website either. Maybe because it's too large. Eva's going to resubmit it, and I'm printing out a copy of the. What I'm going to do is, if that doesn't work, I'll print out the committee reports. I'll take out all the extraneous stuff, all the attachments. So you'll have the kind of the basic packet with all the resolutions, and I'll scan that and send it to everybody. I can't really think at this late minute.
Bob, there are some photos in the report from Quality of Life that may have overloaded the size of the package.
That's maybe, Michael. That's the least of it. When there's a lot more than those couple of photos in the Quality of Life. But thank you.
Yeah, so we have the challenge that everybody has the individual reports that Bob has emailed out, but nobody has the compiled package. I have a printed version in front of me, but not an electronic version. Otherwise, I would also share my screen. So it's definitely, it's a very big packet. But just
While we're waiting, I just want to say how proud I am that we all managed to get on, especially that I did. So well done again, Carter. Now I'm muting again.
Right, and people are figuring out how to use the mute as well, which is that's good too. All right, and we also have Tom's with us
There are
tonight
two
as well.
Carter booths on the screen. There are two Carter booths on my screen.
Do you see two of me?
I'm
or-
sorry, that was my fault. I logged
You
in.
corrected it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that was my
Susanna had
fault.
your name. Thank you,
Sorry.
Susanna.
I'm gonna mute myself now.
Okay, so why don't we get going? Looks like we've got a fair number of people who joined us now. We're going to start off with attendance. Valerie? Whenever you're ready.
Yep, just one second. Okay. Susanna Aaron.
Here.
Thank you. Akila Azqui. Here on there. William Benesh.
Present.
Here, I see him.
Present.
Dean Berger.
Here,
Thank you. Carter Booth is
Here.
here. Katie Bordenaro. Anita Brandt is away. Amy Brenna.
Here.
Rich Cacapolo.
Here.
Thank you. Ritu Chaudhry.
Here.
Tom Connor, I see you on. Coral Dawson. Valerie De La Rosa is here. John Paul DeVerna.
Hi, I'm here.
Thanks. Doris Deether. Can someone tell me if she's on? I still not looking at the Zoom.
So her last three numbers are 705 on her phone number?
Yes.
That's right, Bob? All right, yes, she is.
Mara Fitzgerald. Cormac Flynn.
I'm here, and also Katie Bordenaro just said in chat that she's here too, but you couldn't.
Thank you. Joseph Gallagher. I saw you in the chat, so I'm going to mark you. Susan Gammy.
here,
Thank you. David Gruber. Lane Kawadler.
Here.
Susan Kent.
here,
Thank you. Janine Kiley. Betty Kubovi-Weiss.
Here.
Thanks. Patricia Laria.
here,
Thank you. Michael Levine.
Here.
Okay. Ed Ma.
Here.
Thanks. Matt Metzger. Daniel Miller.
Here.
Ryan Pape.
I am here. Thank you.
Donna Raftery. I'm here. Thanks. Lois Rakoff.
Here.
Bo Riccobono. Robin Rothstein.
Here.
Sandy Russo. Rocio Sands.
here.
Thank you. Scott
Russo
Sarchiano.
is here.
I'm sorry?
Russo is here.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm not looking at the Zoom when I do this, so I'm not muting or unmuting anyone. Scott Sartiano.
Here.
Thank you. Shirley Secunda.
Here.
Kristen Shea. Frederica Siegel.
Here.
Georgia Silvera Siemens.
Here.
Dr. Shirley Smith. Chenault Spence. Kathy Sullivan.
Here.
Thank you. Kathy Sullivan. Eugene Yu. Susan Wittenberg. Anthony Wong. Adam Zeldin.
And Kristen
Here.
Shea is also here too.
Thank you, Kristen.
Sure.
Here.
Thanks, Anthony. Adam Zeldin, Kathy Sullivan, Eugene Yu. Anyone?
Here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
Wittenberg's here.
Okay, thank you.
Valerie Godfrey is here.
I got you, Mar.
Did you get Mar? Yeah, good.
Sheila Asqui is here.
Thank you.
Valerie, did you hear me, Shirley?
I hear you now.
Thank you.
Okay.
You missed
Thanks,
me,
Bob.
Val, Bob.
Is there anybody whose name was not called?
Yeah, my name wasn't called. Bob Ely.
Oh, sorry. I think I just marked you as present because I just felt your presence.
Is there anybody else? Looks like we've got 46 people on there, so you should have no more than 4. Oh, no, that's not true. We have a few electeds.
No. Coral Dawson, David Gruber, Janine Kiley, Matt Metzger, Bo Riccobono, Kathy Sullivan, Eugene Yu.
Janine Kiley is here.
Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Dan, did we have any public speakers that signed up to speak?
Not that I received. No, I asked at 5. Nothing received.
Bob, we didn't have anybody? Okay, I think Bob is maybe dealing with our technical issues. Okay, nobody, but I don't know if the agenda was sent out, but let me just briefly read it out since there's a motion to adopt the agenda and you don't have it before you right now. The agenda is the attendance, the public session, which is already passed. We have no public speakers. Then we have the adoption of the agenda, which is the point we're at now. We have reports to the public, the elected officials reports, the borough president's report, the chair's report, the district manager's report. Then we begin our business session with the approval of the April and May minutes, which were distributed. Standing reports and other business. We have 8 committee reports, and then under new business, we have the equity working group, and then we have adjournment. Is a motion to adopt the agenda? I see some hands raised.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, thanks
So,
everyone.
second.
So now we're going to move on to reports to the public. I know a few people have to go, and we have a visitor with us, but I'm going to start with Assembly Member Glick. And I'm being reminded by Susan that we had an extremely long discussion in our executive committee meeting, and we are asking all elected officials to keep their comments to 5 minutes. Susan has a timer, and we have a brief Q&A session that can last no longer than 5 minutes each. And this is as a result of our meetings running long. Deborah, are you with us? Do I need to?
He is. Deborah, do you hear us? She's sitting there smiling.
Now I hear you.
Okay.
Carter was sort of a little bit, but you were very clear, Keem. So
Okay.
if you've called on me,
I was just saying we are ready for your report, and we have a timer of 5 minutes. And
I am going to be, I like to pride myself on being one of the few elected officials who really hears the community about keep it short and brief. So first of all, I think there's been a great week for Supreme Court decisions. Federal election law now protects LGBTQ Americans from being fired for being who they are, which is a great step forward. And today, the decision on DACA, denying the Trump's desire to eliminate it and send tens of thousands of talented young people back to countries that many of them have never spent much time in. So those are great decisions. Next week, is it next week? Maybe it's the week after. Wednesday, June 28th, the New York State Board of the State Department of Education from 8:30 to 11:30 is going to have sort of their regional task force discussing school reopening, and it can be observed on the state education website. I think we're all interested in seeing what is coming out of the state education department. I participated in the town hall last night on economic recovery with the Fiscal Policy Institute. 100 legislators have signed on saying we are not going to accept cuts if there aren't some revenue raisers. And there are a host of things that people have looked at for some years, including my pied-à-terre tax and many others, in order to ensure that we do not have devastating cuts to education, healthcare, and other social services. We've had for many years austerity budgets, an imposed arbitrary 2% tax cap on property taxes, and a 2% spending cap by the governor. That will not be helpful in a recovery. And if we'd had a 2% spending cap during the Great Depression, we never would have gotten out of it. We passed, as you all know, a host of police reforms that were long overdue. Probably the one that most people focused on was the unmasking of police disciplinary records, which frankly has been an issue I have written to several police commissioners over the years, because it costs taxpayers for lawsuits against excessive force and inappropriate arrests. And then you find out that some of the officers actually had a very troubled history. As we are planning reopening, the crowds on the street are incredibly disturbing to me. People without masks. I don't know why. It seems like a pretty simple thing if you can save your life or other people's lives by wearing a mask and keeping your distance. I don't know why this has become a cultural marker for rebellion among adults. I understand rebellion in teenagers. I don't understand it in adults. We live in a state, mercifully, where there is a mandatory mask in stores, restaurants, but out on the street, it's kind of your own, you know, nobody is policing you. And it seems to me that people have been incredibly irresponsible, and I find it very concerning, and we've gotten a number of complaints and calls about it. We continue to distribute hand sanitizer, and we're participating in a blood drive next week. When we have more information, we'll get it to you. I believe it will be next Thursday, the 25th, down at Battery Park City. But we will give you more information as soon as it's available to us. We're working with the Assembly and the New York Blood Center, which has had its problems and its issues around their denying gay men the right to donate blood and not following the FDA regulations, but more stringent ones. And they're checking the blood anyway, so I really don't even understand the issue. So that's kind of where we are. I think I did that in the allotted time. I don't see the clock, but I hope I didn't overstay my welcome. And I thank you for continuing to meet. I think we're going to be doing this for a while, and we'll see how next week goes. I did suggest to the governor that it might be better to allow table service. That might actually limit some of the large crowds, because if people are being served at tables, they will object, as will the staff that are serving. So let's all stay safe.
Thank you very much, Deborah. Before we move on, I just wanted to let everybody know that the full board packages are now available on the CB2 website under the full board section. I'm going to post the link in just a second here. Post it into the...
Will you make sure it goes to attendees and panelists so that the public can see it as well?
Yep.
Can I ask a quick question of Deborah?
Sure, go ahead.
With regard to the budget and, you know, the disasters that are spinning off of it. Is there any discussion of scrapping the new prisons project that's something like $8.7 billion and that a lot of people don't seem to want?
Well, that project is a city project, so I'm not sure. The state has been successful in closing successive prisons. So we have been doing that. I think what you're referring to is the plan that would build new prisons in order to close Rikers.
Right.
Don't know where that stands. Budget-wise, the governor thought that he has the authority in the middle of the year to put out budget cuts to manage the budget, the state budget. And we have, as a legislature, 10 days to respond with a joint resolution, which he cannot veto, I don't believe. So he was going to do that at the end of May. He's holding out till the end of June in the hopes that the feds will come up with substantial resources for the states. There's a lot of belief that there will be, it may not be everything that has been provided in the Democratic package, but if we got 75% of it, it would be an enormous help. But going forward, New York State continues to say that we're cutting taxes. We have tax rates that haven't been this low since the 50s, but we have a lot more people than we had in the 50s and very different needs. So we believe that rather than nickel and diming people on their phone bills and on their gas bills, what have you, we should be doing a restructuring and adding some additional categories of taxes, make it more progressive, but add some additional categories. Right now, whether you're making, $500,000 or $5 million, you're paying the same tax rate. We think that's wrong, and we think that there should be some additional tax brackets in order to provide for the services that we know are so essential. An interesting fact is 60% of the people in prisons are dyslexic, which means that they have probably failed in education in part because they were never identified and never assisted. And so that is one area that for sure we need more work. And a colleague of mine, Joanne Simon, has been on this for some years, that we need better training for new teachers and existing teachers in order to identify these students early on, because there are mechanisms and coping skills that can be provided and remediation that will keep them in school and keep things progressing along with their classmates, as opposed to falling behind and having negative self-image and giving up. And obviously, the reality is that a lot of people who are in prison are people who had negative education experiences, and a lot of it is tied to learning disabilities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got a few more questions. We're probably going to run out of time, just so people realize that. John?
Yes. Hi, Assemblywoman Glick. Can you hear me? Yes. Good.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm really impressed with the Eric Garner legislation that you guys helped pass. And just trying to review it, I didn't see if it would necessarily present or prevent a George Floyd type matter. It seemed like strangulation, and I didn't know if that encompassed the idea of a knee to the back that also cut off oxygen. And I also didn't see if it spoke to the effects that it have with, like, does it require loss of consciousness?
I think that it focuses on the preventing breathing. And while it says strangulation, it is around the inability to breathe. So I do believe, but what we have to, this was a great first step, but we also need to do something that requires a duty to intercede. There were other officers there, and they had a duty to intercede, and they didn't. The guy was a training officer. Two of the other officers were rookies. But But if they had a duty to intercede, and the other thing we did was we have a bill that has a duty to provide medical assistance. The one bill that we passed has to do with creating a private right of action if serious injury or death ensues. But there's a second bill that comes in and creates a criminal liability if you do not provide medical attention when it's required. So I think that is as important. And we know a lot of people wind up being taken to jail without medications that they need, et cetera. So this is a good first step. It's not the end of the road. And thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Okay, and it looks like we've got one more quick question, Cormac.
Yes, thank you. As a member, like, going back to COVID. So I'm concerned about the possibility of reclosure, right? We're all very focused now on reopening, but if you look at what's happening in some other countries and some other places, things have gotten so bad with the reopening that they've had to sort of have rolling reclosures and partial reclosures. And if you look at the spread now, all of the states that opened up earlier than us have had an increase in cases. And I imagine within the next week, we'll see an additional level of increase as a result of all the demonstrations that some of us have been part of. But the, and my concern is people go back to work or businesses open and they're beginning things and then they get shut down again and there's more disruption. But how the aid programs can keep up with any of that, because they're hard enough to administer now, just getting out, like people are still waiting on their aid and things like that, and what the state is going to do about that or could do.
Well, I would just say this, that we have been far more measured than these other states. If you look at the states that have been more measured, Michigan, Ohio, New York, they are, certainly New York and Michigan require face coverings indoors and recommended at all times. In the demonstrations, while it was concerning about how close people were, and the majority of people actually were wearing face coverings. And that going forward is going to be a key. Monday and Wednesday, the Assembly, a host of committees are doing joint hearings on the economic impact on small businesses as a result of COVID, which you can watch on the Assembly website. But I think the governor is concerned about that, and that is why they are being very deliberative in their guidance to businesses and their recommendations. And it is mandatory state guidance that entering any business, you have to be wearing a face mask. And I think that I was in Albany picking up sanitizer. I would say there's probably better cooperation outside of the city right now than I'm seeing in the city, but that will be a key. That will be key. And if people, it's about personal responsibility, but it's also about joint responsibility and respect. So if we are doing the basic public health things of wearing face coverings, hand sanitation, it does seem to be what has helped us not just flatten the curve, but really reduce the infection rate. And until there is a vaccine, we're not going to be, we should not be moving out of that protocol.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to Senator Hoylman. Brad, welcome. Thank you. You're still muted. Hold on. Let me see if. There you go. Oh no! Now you're muted again. There we go.
We'll never get used to it. But good to see my colleagues. And I think Deborah has covered Albany really well. I wanted to point out a couple of things in connection with some bills that I've been working on personally. One, it was a bill that was passed in the package. It's called the Police Stat Act. It's a bill I wrote called the Police Statistics and Transparency Act. And what it's going to do now that the governor has signed it into law is going to require require law enforcement for the first time to record and report information on who's arrested and ticketed, including their demographics, namely their race, ranging from misdemeanors all the way to more serious crimes, as well as report who actually dies in police custody. Believe it or not, that information was not collected by the state of New York. And the Division of Criminal Justice Services, DCJS as it's known, actually had to look at news articles. They say it right on their website that they comb news articles to look for those statistics. Law enforcement, local law enforcement was never reporting this information. This is a new requirement. So we're going to be able to see trends and hopefully, adjust our policies and understand who's dying in custody, all the way to who's getting misdemeanors or summonses. I think it's a really important bill. I'm really happy that we got it passed. Of course, the other bills, including 50A, the criminalization of chokeholds, which is being dovetailed by the council, which is fantastic. Establishing this private right of action for individuals against law enforcement, I think will be very effective. And having an independent arm within the Attorney General's office. That's a really big notice I have here of how much time I have left. Is going to help.
I apologize. I was just trying to change it so this was on me.
That's okay. It's very obvious.
I know you understand the challenges.
Yeah, totally. Anyhow, that's so I'm like you. I'm pleased that the marches have turned into a movement and resulted in serious policy changes in Albany and at City Hall. Secondly, in terms of COVID, clearly one of the things we're going to need most of all is a vaccine. Until we have that, we are going to be operating, really with great wariness, understandably. I passed a bill that was signed into law just yesterday that I wrote, which will allow a prospective COVID-19 vaccine to be administered by pharmacists. More and more New Yorkers are getting their health care and their immunizations from pharmacists. That's a good thing because, they're readily available. This will allow the COVID vaccine to be done in the same way. So I wanted to point that out. Third, I wanted to thank CB2 for your insight on the bill that I introduced about to-go alcohol. We've seen the problems on St. Mark's Place and in the East Village in particular, and in the West Village, everywhere. People violating social distancing, violating open container laws, not respecting their neighbors. So CB2's feedback on that bill is really crucial, as has been a number of block associations. Interestingly, another bill was introduced on this subject, which you'll be interested to know extends the governor's alcohol to go program permanently and does not, unlike my bill, allow for any community board input whatsoever. I figured that would happen, but I am looking at amending my bill given CB2 and other community boards comments, and we'll let you know what that looks like moving forward. And then finally, wanted to let everyone know that I continue to work on something called the Tenant Safe Harbor Act, which was one of the COVID bills that we passed. It would protect tenants from being evicted during the COVID pause orders. That has been sent to the governor for his signature. I'm happy to report. We'll see what he does with it. But it's one more step that Albany has taken in trying to protect tenants from eviction, given their really, heartbreaking financial situations that so many people are enduring at the moment. Please continue to reach out to my office for assistance on unemployment applications as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Brad. Looks like we've got a couple of questions here. If people can keep their questions brief, that would allow for more time for answers. Susanna?
Hey, Brad, thank you for being here and thanks for everything that you're doing in Albany. I just wanted to know if the reporting that the police department will be doing will be part of CompStats in the same way that every other aspect of an arrest is reported, or whether there will have to be a separate channel for it. I guess what I'm saying, I would recommend that it be part, if it's up for debate, that it be part of everything else that is made public in terms of data about arrests, locations, times, and everything else that you.
Well, yeah, it's a good question. CompStat is a city program, so this is really kind of CompStat in a way for the state. So in those statistics could be dovetailed into CompStat, but this will be a state viewpoint on arrests and deaths within custody.
Thanks, John.
Hi, again, great and continued work from the state legislator. I was wondering with regards to the 50A opening, is that going to be just for FOIL request, or do you expect a database similar to, I guess, what she had mentioned on, I guess, CompStat?
It'll be all under FOIL. You'll have to, it won't be necessarily publicly available information to the extent that you can just log on and see what an officer's, disciplinary actions are, but it'll be subject to FOIL. Mm-hmm. And so from that perspective is how you would obtain the information, whether you're a member of the press or the public or a public official.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Chanel?
Is there anything that can be done other than by yelling at the lady who came after me without a mask today to really some enforcement or some beyond what's there now about in public, in particular in all the social places?
It's a great question. I think as we look at the issue of enforcement and police, on the one hand, we don't necessarily want the police to be enforcing mask laws, given their track record in some, and particularly communities of color. The notion that the city is having, and I believe Councilmember Rivera and others have, and the speaker have put forward a plan for communities to be involved in kind of self-policing, to have ambassadors of sort as it pertains to enforcing these guidelines. I think that's the way to go. I hope we see that more robustly pursued. But as it stands now, we just saw on the Lower East Side a few weeks ago how the police, if they do enforce mask laws, it's often against people of color and enforced very unevenly with unfortunate consequences. So I think it's, we're just, as Deborah alluded to, we're just gonna have to shame our neighbors into doing it.
Hey, thanks. Rocio?
Thank you so much, Brad, for being here today with us. It's really important that we see all our elected officials. We know that you guys care a lot about us, and that's why you're here. And thank you. So I have a question regarding the bills that you just passed with the tenant protection. My question refers to what help are you giving to small property owners who may not be able to pay their real estate taxes because residential as well as commercial tenants have not paid their rent since April? Who will protect small business property owners when the city and the mortgagees are planning to take away their property for failure to pay real estate taxes when the city charges 18% interest rate penalty for not paying on July 1st? So what help are we getting?
Well, we're continuing to look to our congressional delegation for assistance. We did get $100 million for, that will help subsidize rents for income eligible tenants, but that's really helping landlords because it's going directly to landlords. So that is something that we did 3 weeks ago, but we need more than that $100 million. We're hopeful that we can get more money in the next negotiated congressional package. And if we don't, Rasia, we're going to have to come up with revenues ourselves. And I agree with you. It's not just tenants. It's, small landlords who, have mortgages. And not all of them with banks, which are some of them state regulated, but some of them are, for example, in, other types of financial institutions that are federally regulated. So we're really, in some instances, very poorly positioned to put regulatory pressure on these financial institutions that don't have a state regulatory nexus. So my answer is essentially, we're hopeful for more money from the federal government. And then we have a bill that Senator Kavanaugh passed that creates the framework to provide more assistance to tenants, but directly to landlords so that tenants' rent is paid.
So the problem that I have with the way your bill is written is—
Hey, Rocio, this is a question, not statements.
Yeah, it's a question. The question is—
I know, but you've had a chance to ask one question. We need to really move on. This is something we discussed extensively at executive with the board. We want to have people to give a chance to ask questions because we can't have our meetings going all night. I don't mean to pick on you, but this is something that was very firmly at executive was communicated to me that we needed to do to keep our meetings moving.
Thank you.
Mar, did you have a quick question?
I do, it's quick. Hi, Senator.
Hi.
Thank you for being with us today. I noticed that you sent out your own version of the DOE reopening survey, which is your COVID-19 public schools survey. I realized that it expanded greatly and asked some questions about racial equity and the protests as well as grades. Why did you think that was important for you to do and why so important now?
Well, because we're in this moment and I think that parents and of young people have something to say about the way they view their own schools' responsibility in terms of pursuing racial justice, whether our kids, particularly in neighborhoods that aren't as diverse, in school districts that aren't as diverse, need to be mindful of this notion that there is so much work left to do and that Black and brown people have been brutalized by law enforcement that we pay for as taxpayers. So there are human rights abuses before our very eyes. And I think the school system is a wonderful and appropriate and necessary place to begin that education to address those abuses.
Great, thanks, Brad. Now we're going to move on. Thank you very much, Brad, for coming tonight. Now we're going to move on to Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Kavanaugh, I know you weren't on at the beginning. We have a 5-minute limit for statements and 5 minutes for questions.
I was on. Okay.
Senator Kavanaugh, do I know which?
The borough president wants it first.
Yeah, generally our borough president is the final speaker, the final elected to speak. But Senator Kavanaugh, are you not with us? Or did I miss you? Okay.
He's there but muted.
Okay.
He's
Okay,
talking but mute.
Oh, he is. Okay. I'm trying to find you on the screen here.
Senator Kavanaugh, now you're not muted.
Okay.
I unmuted him.
Senator Kavanaugh, we still can't hear you. Are you muted on your device? So you are unmuted on our end.
Carter, well.
Okay, so I'm all right. You can see if you can address your technical difficulties, and we'll move on to Councilmember Rivera.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. All right, I want to be less than 5 minutes for sure. So I just want to say how proud I am of Keen, because she said she was proud that she figured this out. But Keen, I saw you in a town hall on systemic racism. You joined a bunch of your neighbors and myself. And I think that people are holding these very, very great spaces where people can talk things through and really work through some policy ideas and just generally some of the emotion, the anger, and the confusion that is going on right now. I think for everyone who is participating in these protests nationally, I'm very, very proud of them. I'm very proud of the New Yorkers who have been out there taking care of each other. And today I'm proud to be a city council member who, along with a number of my colleagues, passed a package of legislation that would ban chokeholds, including my bill, a resolution to support criminalizing it nationally. One, to increase transparency of surveillance technology. Another, to make it illegal to hide badge numbers. And then another by Councilmember Donovan Richards to implement a disciplinary matrix. And just to answer the question that was asked before, our bill does cover more than just a chokehold. It is, the chokehold is sitting, it's kneeling, it's standing on the chest or back in a manner that does lead to asphyxiation. So we try to be comprehensive in that way in terms of excessive force and covering it to make really, really, I think, substantial legislation. And then yesterday I testified at the Attorney General's hearing, which is to investigate the interactions between protesters and police during these recent protests. So of course, I want to thank Madam Attorney General for holding that. So right now in the council, among hearings, and I'll talk about 2 hearings that I have coming up. One is on the census. Please complete the census if you haven't. And if you have, please tell 5, 10 friends to complete the census. We're not doing very well in terms of the percentage. I think we're at maybe 52% right now, which is not just lower than the national average, but is worse than how we performed 10 years ago. And we're negotiating the budget. My focus on the budget right now, if you've probably seen a lot of news about it, is on youth programs, is on housing, funding things like community land trust, on an initiative called Stabilize NYC, which helps rent stabilized tenants, and I hope increasing the budget for HPD, as well as making sure that our food pantries and those places continue to be stocked. I've secured a couple $100,000, about $200,000 extra for my district because of the need for food and how many people are food insecure. And of course, making sure that we are addressing those drastic budget cuts that we've seen from the state level and making sure that we are putting forward a balanced budget to eventually approve. It will not happen until the very, very end of the month. We could even go into negotiations as late as early July, just to warn everyone. And then of course, with a heavy focus on healthcare. One of the hearings that I'm having is how we reopen our hospital systems successfully. We keep talking about reopening New York City. I think when we talk about reopening, we have to look at how people are going back to those local clinics, to our hospital systems to get their regular annual exams and to feel comfortable receiving medical services. I will tell you right now that our hospitals are very safe. They're keeping COVID and non-COVID patients very separate and going to painstaking efforts to do so. So please know that I'm working, of course, with a number of health professionals and advocates to make sure that not only are we funding those programs and services that are critical to making sure that everyone has access, but that we're looking at hospital systems to reopen safely to get to 100%. And with that, I'm just going to take questions.
Great. Thank you. Do you have any questions? I have a question for you. I know that this morning, open streets, there's some questions, lots of questions with open streets. Any further details or clarity? I know your office got some questions with respect to clarification of some of the issues. Is there anything you want to address on that?
Sure, there's a few things, right? There's the Open Streets program that we initially implemented. We took your resolution very seriously, and we know that the Open Streets program is not going to work in every community. The ones that they are in, for example, there are a couple in my district, seem to be going very well. We're having a little bit of issues on barricade and overall maintenance, but the community has really come together to make sure that we are leaving those streets open to people. I have passed through a number of open streets in multiple boroughs, and for those places where it does work, it is absolutely lovely. So I think it's a great program when implemented correctly, and that goes for outdoor dining too. I know that many people are wondering what's going on. Today was actually, I think, even more confusing for people. It was great because the mayor actually had a couple of recommendations as to how outdoor dining will go. But between when it will officially start, which is supposed to start on Monday, and what the governor is saying in terms of making sure that we're doing this the right way, and if not, there will be, licenses could be revoked. I think the enforcement and the complaint process that has been brought up certainly lacks the details that we all need and the clarity. I think we need to look at, for example, I haven't heard anything about just a general curfew for all of these outdoor spaces, which I think is absolutely necessary. And I know all of us want to prevent empty storefronts, and we want to work together so that our small businesses thrive. So I'm hoping that, I'm not going to assume that the governor and the mayor are going to talk to each other, but I know that we will use the power of the council to make sure that community boards and everyone else is involved in making sure that this goes as smooth as possible. St. Mark's Place is in my district. A little tweet went viral about the hot mess that it was. I went there earlier in the day and people were not wearing masks, which is the biggest issue. I have participated in the protests. Every protester is wearing masks. I don't know why people can't do it when they're online for a takeout cocktail. But then later that night, I did join Borough President Gail Brewer, who I know is waiting to speak, at 8 o'clock on Saturday night on St. Mark's and Avenue A to bring a lot of attention, including the media and the press that she brought. And the police kind of put on a little show, and they put on the speaker, and they said everyone has to wear a mask. But it's just a lack of consistency, I think, across agencies. And when we talk about like the social distance ambassadors, that we need to make sure that people are being really responsible. There has just been kind of a little bit of a void of a lack of leadership at the highest level, and we're really trying to make sure that we do better and that we hold the mayor accountable and that you do the same for us.
Great, thanks. We've got a question from, I'm going to go to Coral since you haven't asked a question yet. Coral?
Yeah, thank you so much for addressing all the open streets matters. I just want to say that it does seem that it is the responsibility of the proprietor to enforce all their customers. It's not the responsibility of all good neighbors to go and enforce all their neighbors. So I keep hearing tonight that it's going to be an ambassador program, and that to me seems very unlikely to succeed. And I do support Cuomo in saying that if you are violating this as a proprietor, you're going to lose your license. And I think you all should come down strongly on that. They can do it. They should do it. They should follow the rules. And if they don't, they lose their license. It's not the neighbor's responsibility to do this.
Was there a question there? Because we're trying to stick with.
Well, my question is, why would you ask neighbors to enforce it rather than the proprietor?
Well, then social distance ambassadors could be your neighbor, but they're not necessarily. They're non-police personnel from the city, including civilians within the police department, who are making sure that people are keeping socially distant. I think that it's everyone has a responsibility to do this. I certainly think the proprietor has to be involved. You shouldn't serve someone who doesn't have a mask on. I think that's very, very clear. So I think it has to do with the small businesses, has to do with some of the patrons, and then of course with the agencies that are in charge of doing this. It's not just NYPD, and in fact, we want to keep NYPD away from a lot of these situations. I think whether it's DCA or it's DOT, The Office of Nightlife is certainly going to be involved, as she was present at the 8 p.m. press conference with the borough president. So I think it's going to take all of us have a responsibility, but in terms of, it can't just be 100%, I think, on the small business. Again, I think it has to be this sort of united effort, and that there are a lot of, I want to say, details and guidelines missing for people to follow. And so that's what the problem is here. So I'm hoping that with all of the talent and all of the people who have been pushing for this for a long time, that we can figure something out as soon as possible so that our small businesses can thrive, but that all of us feel like, one, we're being respected in our own communities, that they keep clean, and that people show some respect and wear a mask.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Senator Kavanaugh, are we going to try and go back to you, or are we?
Am I doing any better?
I hear you. Yes, great. It's a little. It sounds like it's a little bit broken. Actually, the audio. Am I the only one who's hearing that?
Okay, right.
I hear it.
You hear it also, yeah. It may be if you turn off your video, we can hear your audio. It happens sometimes when there's not enough bandwidth, which is.
Does that work any better?
Yes.
Okay. If it gets too choppy to be worth continuing, give me a wave and I'll back next month. But first of all, thank you all for continuing to do these meetings and making this important public forum happen. Some of my committee boards are doing better than others in keeping this going, so it's great that everybody's here. I've heard from a lot of officials, including a couple of state elected officials already. So I'm going to keep this brief, just to say, the police accountability package was a sponsor of all the bills. I think it was an extraordinary, quick and thorough effort upon the part of the legislator, and a lot of my colleagues really who have been fighting for these things for a really long time on behalf of their communities deserve great credit. And as Deborah said, this isn't the end of the road in terms of legislating on that stuff, but I think we did take very big steps forward. But I know you've talked about some of the details already. My office is also continuing to work on the lots of unemployment claims. If people are still having problems, please do contact us directly. Especially the state elected officials have kind of a fairly direct line to the Department of Labor to try to resolve those. I just want to talk a little bit about the housing stuff that's going on. 3 items. First of all, Senator Hoylman mentioned this a minute ago. The governor signed last night the Emergency Rent Relief Act. This is a bill that I sponsored that we passed a couple of weeks ago. It provides $100 million, and it's intended for kind of some of the neediest tenants. You have to have been low income before the pandemic. You have to be low income now. You have to have lost meaningful amounts of income, and you have to be rent burdened, meaning you're paying more than 30% of your income. $100 million is a tiny fraction of what we're going to need long term to dig out of this, but I think it's a meaningful amount, and it'll cover rent for April, May, June, and July for lots of tenants. So I spoke with the housing commissioner yesterday about implementing it, and they're working to get the program up and running, and I think it's important. And the money will solve it. It also will start to see how effectively the state can get money out the door. And again, the payments will be made directly to landlords to pay the difference between the kind of rent burden amount and the total rent. We also, the governor also signed another bill, which is about mortgage forbearance for home mortgages. Under current executive order, people get 90 days of forbearance, and when that process is over, all the
Senator Kavanaugh, your audio is in and out, but it's now mostly out as far as being very choppy.
Mostly out. Okay. I don't want to torture anybody with a bunch of things you can have here, so it's up to you. I can come back next time. Maybe I don't know what's going on with my machine tonight, but.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I just think that for a lot of people, it's difficult to really make out what you're saying. So.
I'll come back.
Or what if he uses his cell phone and calls in?
Yeah, you could call in as well if you'd like.
Okay, I'll see if I can get back on. But otherwise, thank you all. If I don't see you in a bit, thank you all for all you're doing. And I've been able to hear all of you, so that's good.
Great, thanks.
Thanks.
And thank you. Borough President Gail Brewer, you're on stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carter. Thank you for coming to the Borough Board this morning and participating. I'm just going to go through very quickly some of the things that I think are helpful to the community board. Number one, I'm sure you'll mention, but we have 3 classes or forums coming up on land use and landmarks starting June 23rd. Deputy Borough President Alvin Bonilla organizes them and they're excellent. So just so you know. Number 2, I know there was a question about the prison, or in our case, the jail that's being built over towards the Civic Center, and that is capital money. Not to say it's not money, it is money, but it is bonded money. It's the kind of money that you pay back interest over time. So I don't think it actually helps to have the money cut, except that some people don't want the jail. It's a different discussion. But just in terms, at this point, as far as I know, it's going ahead. I haven't heard otherwise. So in terms of the issue, and we had much discussion at the Borough Board this morning about the businesses, starting on Monday, I can say from the bottom of Manhattan to the top of Manhattan, I have lots of emails and calls because people are unfortunately putting out tables and chairs before Monday. And that's a problem because they're not supposed to. So I urge businesses not to do that because it doesn't put you or the community and those who are not doing it and following the law, that puts them at a disadvantage. So just in terms of your wonderful area, I want to thank certainly the BID and Mark because for all of his touring. I do think I was helpful with NYPD after that in terms of trying to get more support. I will say also that I believe he's going to work on some murals and some art projects. There are so many ways to try to involve people, and certainly art is one of them. The businesses are, I think, going to struggle even with the mayor and the governor's opportunities. And I know after many discussions today that the community board should come up with a plan, and the bids, if they have a plan that works with a nearby plaza, it's going to be rough. And I know so many streets have a bus lane and a bike lane on both sides of the street, and therefore it's hard to delve into the street as the mayor has predicted. I'm on the governor's recovery task force. We've met with the state liquor authority. Tomorrow we're meeting, virtually, obviously, with the city DOT and SBS to talk about these issues, and I'll take all the community board suggestions and challenges to both of them. But just so you know, we're all trying really hard with the businesses. With the assembly member and the council member, we were at St. Mark's Place and it was a disaster. I have to say the cops were fine in terms of when they did show up, when they were really respectful. But the issue is they're not there all the time. I think we need masks, which are now being built and manufactured, that have some kind of a opening so you can, drink or eat, because people are not wearing them. I was today a tour of the Garment Center in Manhattan, and I have to say they are making thousands and thousands of masks and surgical gowns. And I want to thank EDC because that's a big part of our city, and making sure that manufacturing stays in our city and comes back to our city really should be a focus of everyone. Just in terms of the health issue, some small aspect, I call it sewage doesn't lie. So in the Netherlands, there is and I'm really focused on this now, the Netherlands is able to predict 6 days in advance by our waste whether or not there is a hotspot in terms of the virus. And without getting into all the specifics, I've been meeting with and writing the Department of Environmental Protection. We have 14 waste management facilities in our city. They can tell 6 days in advance where the virus exists. We do need a couple of new machines, and we need 3 staff people. And I don't want to get into the specifics, but just to say, for goodness sakes, DEP, this needs to be funded, because right now we're sending samples to Stanford University in California. We can do it right here and have immediate answers. In terms of the census, I know you heard a little bit earlier from the council member, we are sending postcards, 146,000 to start, to the census tracts that have the lowest performance in the borough of Manhattan. I don't know if it's going to help, but we're not going to give up. I want to say about the libraries and census also on June 24th at 3:30. We are doing yet another Zoom to all library users and others to talk about the census. And the library in general, it's fabulous. They are going to be distributing reading kits for young people. We're going to start at the top of Manhattan and come all the way down. We'll be in touch so you know. But literally every young person in the borough of Manhattan could get this kit. I am frustrated with the summer plans. The mayor called me a politician. Is that a bad thing? I think that's what I am. And we are hoping, we're glad that the parks and the playgrounds are open. However, the issue is we need to have park permits so that the summer camps can exist. I think that's a big issue. In terms of Black Lives Matter, we are painting probably to complete it on July 4th. And at that particular time, it'll be around Foley Square. We have unbelievable artists and with Black Lives Matter, Black Space and architects and so on. It's gonna be absolutely gorgeous if all done. I just want to conclude about the schools. I am concerned. We have 178,000 young people going to school this summer. And then hopefully they have a better experience than what they had. And then we hope that in the fall that there are plans that make sense. I know you heard earlier from Senator Hoylman. I feel the same way. I do not know that these plans are going to make any sense. And I hope the community board and others will have some input. The schools will only be at 49%. Finally, we had oral history with the Manhattan historian, Dr. Rob Snyder. We had a discussion for a fabulous 2 hours, how to do oral history of a pandemic. And the people who participated were phenomenal. It's on our website and you should feel free to get to that. So anyway, those are some really quick analysis of the projects that we've been working on. And we thank you very much for all that you're doing.
Oh, thanks, Gail. I was muted myself, I guess. A couple questions here. The first one is from Cormac.
Oh, yes, thank you. Hello, Madam President. So
How are you?
I'm great. I'm going to ask a question. It may be outside your bailiwick, in which case, please feel free to say so and just blow it off. Which is, I'm wondering if you could tell us anything about where we are in terms of ability to do the tracing, right? The testing and tracing capacity. You know, I'm hearing a lot of people talk about masks, and I think everybody should wear masks, but they're not magic bullets. I mean, they're actually, it's less important that people wear masks at places like St. Mark's than that they be tables and crowds actually be separated by social distance. The fact is, no matter what we do with reopening, this is going to spread some, is the tracing.
Yes, I mean, I would say medium. In other words, if you're going to do a scale of 1 to 10, I would say maybe on a 5. To be honest with you, what's happening as predicted is they have around 5,000 people, I think, that they have, the tracers in the city have been talking to. However, they have, like, I hope I'm right on this, around 36% in terms of getting the right phone number and getting somebody to answer it. So that's not a great percentage. And so I think that's a problem. You may, to be honest with you, if you ask Department of Health or H&H, it sounds like it's great because I'm on the Zoom calls. But I think if you look at the statistics, I think it's more challenging than people would have thought. And people, obviously, you're not surprised. Nobody wants to be called. If, in fact, you are called, you are cooperative, you are willing to self-isolate or to go to a hotel, they have been very successful with laundry, food, and support. So those that have been cooperative have gotten a lot of support and I think feel good about the process. But I gave you the other number.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Georgia?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Good evening. My question is about school reopening, and it's a two-part question. I'm curious if there's any conversation about extending recess so that children who are in the building in this sort of blended learning model will have enough time to access neighborhood playgrounds if their school campus doesn't have adequate outdoor recess space. And then related to that, is it possible to use the open streets model to expand outdoor space for school recess, so closing off blocks around the school building if appropriate during school hours. And thanks so much for pursuing the tracing coronavirus through our sewer system.
Yeah. I think to answer your question on the schools, I think, to be honest with you, that probably, I don't know that they've even gotten to that point, but I do think between the CEC, and you're in CEC too, as you know, and some kind of community board schools committee, it would be a good collaboration to work on. I am worried about the schools. And not only is it recess, but this, what exactly does this blended learning look like? So I think, I don't want to say that I know the answer, but I do know that we're all going to have to be pushing, as we're doing on the restaurants now. We're going to have to be pushing to get the school right. And certainly the open streets make sense to me, and more recess, because you're outside, you're healthier too. There's a lot of health issues there too. So I don't know the answer to your question, but I do think we'll all be looking at that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Keen? Keen, we can't hear you. Let me unmute you. Or you have to unmute yourself.
I just saw, Carter, that you're going to be talking about the schools at your board on July 13th. I just saw it on the chat.
Yes. Keen, we still can't hear you.
Hey.
There you are.
Now can you hear me? Okay, good. Last night there was a 3-hour community board education committee meeting. We passed a long resolution that included a lot of suggestions. Please make sure you look at it carefully, because it was amazing. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Great, thanks. Thank you, Gail. It's always great to see you twice in a day.
Yes, thank you. Same here, Carter.
All right. Thanks. I think that that's all the elected officials here. Our public session, I was incorrect. I was informed we had received a public speaker card, as well as we have Councilmember Levine, who is here, who's going to be speaking briefly about contact tracing. But before we do that, I'm going to just conclude all the other elected official reports before going back to the public session. So if all the elected officials, representatives could raise your hands, and we will promote you. Okay, I'm going to start with Luke from the controller's office. Do you want to introduce yourself? And
Hi, everybody. This is Luke Wolf with Comptroller Scott Stringer's office. Obviously, this is a difficult time for our city. We have 3 overlapping crises with the pandemic, the economic crisis, and of course, the disproportionate impact of policing on communities of color in New York. I'll briefly touch upon what we're doing in each of those, but of course, they are very interrelated in terms of the communities that they are impacting. I'll start with on the policing front. We think that breaking down structural racism in New York City will require big change. That starts with our budget. So we have proposed a $1.1 billion cut to the NYPD budget in the coming years, and to take that money and shift it from NYPD and towards vulnerable communities who have been most impacted by police violence and structural racism. 2 other policing proposals, as we call it, to transfer press credentials away from the NYPD, so they no longer are the ones regulating our free press in the city. And then also making law enforcement disciplinary records available to the public in a searchable online database. On the economic side, we're facing a $9 to $10 billion budget gap. We do need federal support, but one thing that we can do now is restart our capital programming and spending as a way to restart our economy. So now is the time we think we should be spending on schools, hospitals, affordable housing, and other public projects. It's one of the best job multipliers for our city, and we think right now it's the economically prudent time to move forward with our capital spending projects. And lastly, on the COVID front, this week we released a new investigation into what's called the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program. I had not heard of this previously, but basically there are ombudsmen who are supposed to be going out and checking in on all the long-term care facilities which have been hit so hard by COVID. New York City does not have funding for that program now, and we only have 6 watchdogs that cover tens of thousands of residents in these facilities. So we're pushing at the city and state level to make sure it's fully funded, so we know all the problems in those facilities going forward, to make sure that something like what happened with the COVID crisis does not happen again to those populations.
Great, thanks, Luke. I don't see any questions. And now we're going to go to Anthony Drummond from Councilmember Chin's office.
All right, good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Hope everyone is doing well. Just a couple items to report on behalf of Councilmember Margaret Chin. Councilmember Chin has been very vocal and supportive across the board in cuts in this very tough budget environment, which also includes NYPD budget and diverting funding for supporting social service programs that are also in danger of being cut, such as creating affordable housing, investing in education, and preserving youth services. So just want to report to you guys today, the council passed legislation for police reform. One was Intro 536A, which is to ban chokeholds. Intro 1309, which is to create a public discipline matrix for police misconduct, and Intro 721A, which codifies a person's right to record New York City police officers or peace officers acting in their official capacity with limited exception. And the bill also allows any individuals whose rights are violated to sue the city in state court and requires reporting relating to filming police activities. So those were actions we're taking today. In regards to small businesses, Councilmember Chin continues to support efforts for small businesses, especially given the impact of the recent civil unrest that has occurred, especially in the NoHo Soho neighborhood. As the city begins this phase 2 reopening, just want to let you know New York City Small Business Services is providing webinars and understanding and complying with those requirements. They have an information hotline number, which I will give to you guys and also put in the chat box, which is 888-727-4692. And they have a website, which is the nyc.gov/site/SBS. And I'll provide both of those in the chat box for you. In regards to contracting, nonprofit contracting during COVID, on Tuesday, June 23rd at noon, Councilmember Chin will be chairing a virtual council hearing on nonprofit contracting during the pandemic. From the senior services side, we've heard from providers who have had issues getting reimbursed for PPE and emergency supplies, as well as a lack of transparency and communication from City Hall. So if you would like to tune in, the hearing will be streamed on the council's website, again on Tuesday, June 23rd at noon. And my last item in relation to seniors, as we know, summer is going to be starting this Saturday, actually, and Councilmember Chin has been concerned about how we can keep seniors cool from extreme temperatures, especially those who depend on senior centers and libraries as their public cooling centers. So New York City HRA is going to be providing a cooling assistant benefit program, which offers financial help to cover the cost of installation of an air conditioner or a fan. Air conditioners will be provided on a first come, first served basis to eligible candidates. To be eligible, a household can only get one air conditioner or a fan, and the cost can't go above $800, which includes installation fees. So the deadline for the applications for that will be August 30th of this year. And there's a website, which I will provide that in the chat box for you, which is access.nyc.gov/program/cooling-assistance-benefits. And again, I will put that in the chat box for everyone. So that is my report. If I'd be happy to take any questions.
Yep, we've got a couple of questions for you. I'm going to start with Rocio.
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much for Ms. Chin's great help to the small property owners. I am so happy that Margaret Chin has decided to help small property owners at this very important time when many landlords, small property owners, especially small property owners, cannot pay their taxes because of the fact that tenants have not paid the rent. either commercial or residential. So I want to say, what progress has she made in order to get this 18% interest rate lowered to something that we can live with? Because we're already living without having tenants pay their rents. And now the New York City Department of Finance will be taxing us 18% interest because you're late. So what does she really think that this bill is going to pass through?
Well, let me respond to that because, and thank you for your question, because pretty much this week, even today, this has been an ongoing negotiation that the council member has been working with on the administration on the 18%, or we're actually trying to get that down to 7.5%. That's what we're at right now. And to be honest, that would have been something I would have been reporting to you guys on. But again, that's still in negotiation as we speak and trying to get something finalized. But we definitely understand that, especially with that percentage rate, that's going to be a non-starter. We want to try to even get it lower, but it is a back and forth negotiation between our office and the administration, and we're trying to do our best to hope to get this passed. They're still finalizing some stuff, and Councilmember Chen is really trying to put something together that will be beneficial, especially for the small property owners, because we've been hearing a lot in the concerns of the cost, not having money, and the interest rates. And we've been surveying a lot of the business owners throughout the district, and we want to make sure that we get something that's beneficial for those small property owners, especially with the interest rate, as definitely below the 18%. So 7.5 is where we're at now, and hopefully it'll go lower, but I'll definitely inform you guys at the next board meeting of where that ends up.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're very welcome.
Thanks, Anthony. I also have a question from Susan Wittenberg.
Okay.
Susan?
Hi, Anthony.
Hi, Susan.
Thank you. How are you?
Good, good.
I have a question for you and Councilmember Chin that pertains to the Chinatown jail, and something I may be a little late in learning this, but I wanted to ask you about the grant from Councilmember Chin to the Museum of the Chinese in America for $35 million. That's part of this jail deal, and it's in Soho in an M15B district, 215 Center Street, and this never came before CB2, and I'm particularly concerned about it because for us, this is very reminiscent to what happened with Elizabeth Street Garden, where the CB3 Seward Park development deal included Councilmember Chin's provision for housing in CB2, but that proposal also was never presented to CB2 prior to the deal being made. And so I wanted to ask you more about that, why it never came to us, and why we never had any input into where other funding related to that jail went. So I hope you could address that. Thank you.
Okay, and Susan, thank you for the question. Let me get back to you on that directly. This is the first time I'm actually hearing about that, and I will bring that up to the council member as well as our budget director on that. And just for my correct, this is regarding the $35 million grant for the Chinatown Museum. Is that MOCA are you referring to?
Susan, we can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
I think yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's $35 million, including $5 million in fiscal year 2020, $15 million in 2021, and another $15 million in 2022. This was never brought to our community board.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. I'll definitely get on it. Thank you very much, Suzanne.
And I've got one more question, a quick question from Susanna.
Sorry, it's just, thank you. And if you could just pass along to Councilmember Chin, I'm happy that she's addressing the question of reimbursements of city contract. Retroactivity of contracts for social services has been a notorious problem. So I'm hoping that the conversation can address that larger issue as well. We have social service organizations that have to wait over a year to be reimbursed by the city while still expected to deliver services. So if you could pass along.
Okay.
please expand that conversation into the issue of retroactive contracts overall. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Susanna.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I will share
Thanks,
that.
Anthony.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good night. Thanks.
You too.
And our next speaker is going to be Haley Burson from Councilmember Nadler's office. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Congressman.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Hi guys, I am filling in tonight for Mr. Robert Atterbury on behalf of Congressman Nadler's office. Today has been a very celebratory day as we are recognizing the Supreme Court's ruling protecting DACA. We are also very happy to share that today the House Judiciary Committee passed the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. This legislation is the first ever bold, comprehensive approach to hold police accountable, end racial profiling, change the culture of law enforcement, empower our communities, and build trust between law enforcement and our communities by addressing the systemic racism and bias, which will ultimately help save lives. Some noteworthy elements of this act is that it bans chokeholds and no-knock warrants at the federal level. It mandates the use of dashboard cameras and body cameras for federal offices and requires states and local law enforcement to use existing federal funds to ensure the use of police body cameras. It prohibits federal, state, and local law enforcement from racial, religious, and discriminatory profiling and mandates training on racial, religious, and discriminatory profiling for all law enforcement. It amends federal criminal statute from willfulness to a recklessness standard to successfully identify and prosecute police misconduct. It also establishes a national police misconduct registry to prevent problematic officers who are fired or leave on agency from moving to another jurisdiction without any accountability. There's many other parts of this act that are definitely moving in the right direction. And if you guys have any questions about it, I'd be happy to answer them, or you could call our office tomorrow or privately email me.
Great, thanks, Haley. I've got one question from Cormac. Cormac, you are muted. Let me.
Yep, sorry, there I go. I'm unmuted. Haley, thank you. I just wanted to know, I have a lot of folks I know who are talking about the fact they still have never received their the federal aid check, the $1,200 and such. And apparently, if you try to get information from the IRS, they just refer you to that database online. And yet when people put in their names and social security numbers, they're just told that they're not in the system, they don't have the information. There seems to be no way for them to understand or find out how they ever get this money. And I'm wondering what I should tell those people to do.
So that's a great question, and thank you for asking it. We are struggling at the moment because the IRS, even though we should be able to interfere with these checks and be able to track them for our constituents, the IRS is not allowing us to do that at the moment. We can help any constituent if they, misplaced their check or the wrong name came on it. We can also, please refer them to our office and we'll talk them through the process of tracking it, different customer service phone lines that they can try. I will tell you that there are tons and tons of people who are in this very same situation. And as long as they are eligible, they will be receiving it. That is a promise by the government. It will be coming. It's just, there are so many people who need to receive them and not all of them have. But I will tell you, I get probably 20 calls about that every day. So whoever is complaining to you, tell them they are not alone by any means.
And who, is there anybody specific in the office I should direct them to, or just have them dial the main number, or what should I have them do?
So Olivia Bird is our liaison for the IRS. And if anyone wants to file a case online, please have them just say my name and I'll walk them through the process of doing so. And then Olivia will reach out to them independently and help them with it. Mm-hmm. But anyone in my office should be able to answer the general questions about it.
Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Haley. We've one more question from Robin Rothstein.
Yeah, on that topic, I'm so glad, Cormac, you asked that. It just reminded me. I got one of these, and it's really annoying to figure out how to get the money without having to like pay a fee at an ATM, get cash, worry about someone mugging me as I run over to my bank. There's not like a one-stop shopping place to find practical guidance about how to actually get the full 1,200 of this into my bank account. I don't want to spend it on anything. I know that's kind of probably why they gave this to us, which is a little cheesy. But if you guys could possibly put together 3 or 4 bullets on just like a newsletter about how to get the 1,200 without having to, you know, break my neck to figure out how to do it and go to like 10 websites.
Yeah. Well, thank you for raising that. On that note, a lot of people have been throwing out those cards accidentally, thinking that they are scams. So if anyone gets a call about that, you could also refer them to our office and we'll help them get it back. I would recommend for you to call our office tomorrow, and Olivia will help walk you through whatever questions you have. Of course, I unfortunately do not know the answers to all those, and I don't think we have the time to discuss it now on this, but please reach out to our office. We are always like happy to help with this stuff.
Great, thanks, Haley. I think that's it for questions. We're now going to go back to our public session since we actually had 2 speakers on. Our first speaker is Councilmember Levine, who is going to discuss, let's see, I'll just find you here, is going to discuss contact tracing.
Hi, Carter.
Oh, you're frozen there. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Excellent. Well, it's wonderful to see you and everybody, and I'm so happy to say a few words to you in my role as chair of the City Council Health Committee on the topic of how we can prevent the next wave of coronavirus at a time when we're all honestly dealing with quarantine fatigue. We are desperate for social contact. Many of us are out in the streets protesting against systemic racism. And of course, we're moving to phase 2 reopening on Monday. But the truth also is that coronavirus remains a real threat in the city. Yesterday, we had 350 new confirmed cases. We're getting about that number every single day. And that's, of course, an undercount because some cases aren't diagnosed. So while we can be relieved that there's been no uptick, despite 5 weeks of warm weather and more people getting outside, we need to prepare for the reality that we could face a tough decision amidst rising numbers and the question of whether we need to go back on some of the reopenings. No one wants it to get to that. So we have to do work now to build public health systems, and that includes testing and contact tracing, isolating, quarantining, and of course all of us continuing to wear masks and wash our hands, etc. But as for the components I described, we're behind on most of them. We need more people testing now. The good news is we have a lot of capacity, 100 times what we had in the terrible days of March and April. And the rules now have been changed that anyone can get tested. So we need more folks going out there for diagnostic testing, not just antibody testing. Gail spoke about the challenges with contact tracing. Very good question from Cormac on that. And only 1/3 of the people who get positive tests are sharing contacts with the contact tracers. And the program's not going to work unless we improve that. And so you, as a community board, as leaders who have credibility in the neighborhood, we need you out there spreading the message that if people get a positive test, they need to take the call from the contact tracer, share their contacts, so that they can protect their family and the neighborhood and the city. There's privacy protections and data protections. People really do need to do this, and we need you out there making that case. You know, the virus is spreading in Manhattan largely because we all live in tight apartments, overcrowded apartments, and we know that's how the virus spreads. Well, we have a solution to that. The city will provide free hotels to anyone who needs to isolate with food and prescription and even laundry services. But again, very few people are taking the city up on that. Only 40 people, 40, are right now in the hotels. And I mentioned that we have hundreds of new people diagnosed every day. And again, you can help get the word out there. I don't think most people know this is available. I think there's also a policy challenge in that people who work hourly, who are essential workers, who can't telecommute, would have to give up their paycheck for 2 weeks to go to a hotel. And that's tough to ask people. So I'm pushing for us to have some sort of income replacement or financial incentives for that. And then those who are symptomatic and contagious need to quarantine. And the city can help on that too. The city will bring food to your door if you need it, prescriptions to your door. They'll do your laundry. They'll even walk your dog, all so that you can stay home and not leave and risk spreading the virus. We need to build this out so that we have confidence that our city is safe as we move to reopening. And I will welcome your help as leaders in that fight.
Four sections. One of them.
Carter, you muted.
Thank you. Coral, looks like we have a question from Coral.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'd like to suggest, I cannot find a centralized source of all the information that's updated daily for New Yorkers about the tests, about the services you've just described, about the accuracy of the tests. I mean, it's sort of like, you know, Zoom cocktail conversations every day as to what we're supposed to be doing or not supposed to be doing, even for people that are informed. So I don't know how we can expect the general public to understand how often they should be testing, which tests they should be getting, what they should be expecting to get. I went to get tested. I was shocked to be antibody negative, but nobody, then I told everybody, and nobody I know has tested positive for the antibody test. It starts to be like, okay, is that, you know, and then you start reading up on that. It's just the information. And I heard today on the, you know, the Department of Health actually said, you know, they're still trying to learn a lot about the tests. It's confusing. And I recognize that we're learning things still every day, but sort of, it's hard to tell people to go get tested when we don't even know what the tests are telling us. And if you go and get a test that 2 days later, the test may be different. I mean, it's sort of, you know, people don't have a lot of free time. People are kind of, you know, everyone wants to do the right thing, but it doesn't really seem to make sense, especially if you're saying 30% of the tracers. It all sort of seems like an exercise that may or may not be helpful, but we need more regularly, like one centralized source of all the information for New Yorkers, for New York, people in New York City. Because if you go online right now, you just see deaths and mortality on, I just right now Googled, and the one that's centralized just gives me deaths by borough and milestones. That's not helpful right now.
You're right. We need to get better guidance. I'm going to put, after I finish, a couple links in the chat. I've been preparing some of this guidance, particularly on how people can stay safe and manage risk as they move outside to public gatherings, whether protests or picnics or cafes. On the tests, the uncertainty is more on the antibody side. And really, there's no real personal medical imperative for someone to give antibodies. The best reason is because you want to donate plasma. So I had the virus. I then got a positive antibody test. And on Monday, I was able to donate plasma. That's a great reason to get the antibody test. But otherwise, it doesn't really tell you enough with confidence that you would say no longer need to wear a mask or presume you have immunity. Really, you shouldn't make any medical decisions based on an antibody test. But as for the diagnostic test, we're just encouraging everybody to do it. And I think as a rough rule, if you are out in contact with people in public, then you should probably seek a test every 1 to 2 weeks. We do have enough capacity.
Yeah, that's really helpful.
Yes, we do have enough capacity now where that's possible. It wasn't even a few weeks ago. So that would be my advice to you. And as for the kind of services for quarantining and hoteling, there's also a decent link for that, which I'll drop into the chat as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Great, thanks. It looks like that is all the questions. So thank you very much for joining us, Councilmember Levine. It was nice to see you also this morning and tonight.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks. And now we're going to move to we had one public speaker, Robert Goldman. Can you Mr. Goldman, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I appreciate everyone's efforts tonight on these very important.
2 minutes.
I appreciate everyone's effort being brought up on these very important issues. We feel strongly that we do not want to take away any of the time or focus and leave the focus on these important topics. So we're happy to leave our thoughts in the forum chat. We'd like to give everyone an update on our revised signage based on last week's positive resolution. We've updated our proposed historical signage that we're going to install at 340 Bleecker Street, our new restaurant, per the community board's request. We revised our logo to reflect the historic font lettering from Aldo's Restaurant. The sign now reads Amos Restaurant in the same font as Aldo's Restaurant per the CB2 preference. And we show white lettering behind the tubing and clarified the side views and the profile views with the rounded edges and mounting details as requested by CB2. And we welcome any questions, comments now or later, and we'll provide an open line of communication with the community. And thank you guys for doing all the great work you're doing tonight.
Thanks. And just for the board, this is in reference to one of the landmark applications, which should be in the package that I had provided the link for earlier, and which Bob had sent out to the board earlier today, I believe.
Can I just ask a quick question? I'm on that
Yes,
committee.
go ahead, Cindy.
And after the presentation, I went by what is to become Aldo's, and I noticed that there were these very sort of modern side lights that were beside each doorway or window opening. And that wasn't presented, it wasn't part of your presentation at the committee. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, those lights were on a previous already approved landmarks drawing. So those are already approved by landmarks and were in a previous drawing that we did with our construction drawing.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Robert.
Thank you guys.
Okay, and now we're going to go back to our agenda. Just I hope everybody's had a chance to access the full board package and just can see where we are, et cetera. We're now moving back to the chair's report. As you can tell, I was trying to keep the meeting moving. That's been something that all board members have requested, and you know, it's difficult to find the right balance in that. So I just, you know, it's always a challenge, but our meetings have been running much longer, and this is not just limited to our community board. This is a universal issue with all community boards. Our last CB2 full board meeting was Thursday, May 21st. That was 28 days ago. And more specifically, it's been 25 days since George Floyd was murdered. And it seems the time that's so long ago at this point. There have been so many changes in our community, even with the 2 Supreme Court decisions this week. You know, the change is beginning, and I'm hoping that I don't stand alone in thinking that we can keep moving forward with a lot of the positive discussions that are happening, a lot of the we're beginning to see at the city, state, and federal level. There's a lot of fast movement that's starting to happen on things that should have already happened. I think that, you know, when I've mentioned this at a number of meetings and then I stopped mentioning it, and then it was pointed out to me that not all board members had been to our earlier meetings, and just want to reiterate that, you know, that I believe that most of us want to work hard to change some of the underlying systemic racism that's prevalent throughout our systems in our government. And it's something that we can do as a board as well in looking at our own policies and procedures and making them better. And that's, and I'll get to that in a little bit. But like most of the other community boards, I had written some notes for this morning and tonight. It's been a long day for the borough board, but you know, like most community boards in Manhattan, we've been hosting a lot of protest marches. It's been pretty powerful to watch. On Sunday, there were 7 different protests that move within a couple of blocks of my house, and it was amazing to see that level of activity. I think it, you know, goes without speaking that we're watching history happening around us, and particularly this year, the movements. It's been some incredibly powerful comments from board members that I've talked to. We've also borne witness, and I certainly have, to some of the attacks on peaceful protesters, the suppression of peaceful protests, incredible shows of force, of intimidation, the denial of the rights of peaceful assembly, and through that, the restrictions on free speech. At the same time, I've also witnessed some pretty courageous acts from those many are blaming as the aggressors, and I've also seen significant restraint on their part. We're all a community as a city, and we should hold each other, all of us, accountable to the basic fundamental principles of humanity, even through the times of disorder. You heard Anthony Drummond allude a little bit. We had over 100 storefronts that were damaged and destroyed. People live in those buildings, and this was primarily on University Place in Soho and NoHo and a few other areas. As a result, many of our businesses that were planning on reopening, that can reopen on Monday, are all boarded up. And many of those are boarded up that have damage behind the plywood, and many are just boarded up. And, you know, fortunately, today I saw quite a bit of that plywood coming down. I hope that that continues. But we're really in a very interesting place in our community, dealing with a lot of different concurrent issues. And that's also, of course, on top of COVID. And so we're really, when we look around at each other, everybody's facing so many different issues right now. And it's something I just hope, you know, people keep in mind and have the patience with each other, you know, with everybody in the community in moving through all of these different issues. And on top of that, people have their own personal issues, dealing with their work, dealing with their children. You know, it's really a tremendous number of different things that everybody is facing. As far as we've had a pretty busy month for the board. We started off with the reopening working group, and you know, we saw the culmination today of the announcement of some of the beginning steps of implementing outdoor dining. I think I was just somebody texted me during the meeting that the governor is implementing another executive order today, making licensees responsible for all the social distancing within 100 feet of their premises. So that should be up on the governor's website with the fuller details, but just so everybody knows that there's, you know, clearly he's listening. There've been a lot of complaints, but at the same time, you know, the restaurants for our community are incredibly important to our future. And so finding a balance in there is something that we're going to have to work through in the next few weeks. I think that Borough Board meeting this morning, we had a presentation from the Department of Transportation. There are clearly a lot of issues with the way this program is being implemented. There's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of contradictory information. And you know, that's going to be needed to work through in the next few days or in the next week. We also had a discussion of Brad's bill, which he alluded to, which is in a resolution with reference to the laws pertaining to drinks for delivery and to go. We had a meeting with the Economic Development Committee, heard a lot of concerns from local businesses. One of the issues that seems to continue to remain is the discussions between landlords and tenants. There's a lot of confusion. I think that, you know, as we move into Monday, that's another discussion that for a lot of businesses they need to resolve, but hasn't been resolved yet. So there's a lot of issues with that. We had a great discussion last night in the Schools and Education Committee, which Janine, Mar, and Patricia and Keela had made happen, and was talking to kids about racism. It's on our Facebook page if you want to go back and watch it. It's really pretty amazing. I didn't have a chance to review Janine's resolution, but I hope she's got some details on that in her report. And I also want to announce what I announced at the executive committee meeting, that we're forming a new working group, the Equity Working Group, and that's going to be chaired by Patricia Laria and Mar Fitzgerald. And one of the things that I hope to address is our own institution in CB2 and a lot of our forms and our procedures, and making sure that the discussions that should be happening are happening at the right place and that they're happening every single time. In addition to that, we'll be looking throughout, you know, for discussing other ways of moving forward. There, other community boards are interested in forming a borough-wide group consisting of membership of all the boards, looking at some of the larger issues. We'll have to figure out the balance between what we address in our own working group and how we will represent ourselves within the boroughs working group. And we're going to be having under new business, having a letter that's being introduced that was discussed at the executive committee meeting this week. And at that time, I'll allow Mar and Patricia to further talk about the committee and the work they want to do. The first meeting is on June 30th, which is a Tuesday, I believe, a week from now. And I'm going to be announcing the members of the committee at our next executive committee meeting. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Bob. Sorry to take so long in the report, but like I said, I don't think that we've had, certainly in my experience, 28 days where so much has happened in our community. Bob?
All right, well, I'll balance you out by keeping mine a lot shorter. I just want to touch on something that, talk about something that you touched on briefly. On Monday, the phase 2 reopening, which is going to allow restaurants to put tables and chairs out on the sidewalk, and in some cases in the parking spaces in front of their establishments. For the past 2 or 3 weeks, there's been a lot of the phone calls that have come in or emails have been of two types. One have been from the restaurants themselves calling the board office to ask, can I put tables and chairs out? When can I put tables and chairs out? How do I get a permit to put tables and chairs out? And the answer, unfortunately, was right now the city's still working on it. There's no process to legally do that. Sometimes those same restaurants who were calling in were complaining about other restaurants who were already doing it. As other speakers have said tonight, putting them at a competitive disadvantage. And the restaurants that were putting tables and chairs out, and I think I hope everyone recognizes how difficult it's been for the restaurant owners to kind of stay afloat. I mean, or not to sink, to keep their businesses alive. But at the same time, you know, some restaurants be putting tables and chairs out modestly, some more egregiously, some were impacting the quality of life on some of the neighbors. So it was frustrating and disappointing for me when I wanted to follow up with an agency to find out, how do we address this? You know, is it something that can be done? And whether it was the police or the Department of Health or the Department of Consumer Affairs, nobody seemed to want to get involved. There was a reluctance to do any kind of enforcement. And so that, I'm saying this as a preface leading into the reopening on Monday, because I was listening in on the borough board meeting this morning where the borough president meets with elected officials and the community board chairs. And they had a representative from the Department of Transportation who was talking about this. And I got to say that it was, there were lots of questions, but a dearth of answers. At least that's my take on it. And a lot of the questions were good ones. Councilmember Rivera earlier mentioned that there seemed to be enforcement and complaints seemed to lack clarity. One of the boards was asking about enforcement, and there was no answer for that. There seemed to be a lack of, when she mentioned a lack of consistency across agencies. That was kind of my experience in trying to ask them what can be done about restaurants that were already putting tables and chairs out by jumping the gun. And another point was that I think one of the community board chairs mentioned was there didn't seem to be any consideration for residents in allowing restaurants to put tables and chairs out on Monday. And I think that's going to be difficult going forward to kind of see how that balance gets struck between trying to allow restaurants to help themselves by putting some tables and chairs out, and not forgetting about the fact that in a lot of these locations, you know, people are living right above the establishment or just want to, you know, walk on the sidewalk. And how do we create that balance? The community board chairs were kind of discussing this and asking about this prospectively. The DOT representative is coming back next Friday to the borough service meeting where the community board district managers meet with city agencies. And I think we'll have maybe the benefit of a week's experience on seeing how this is playing out. I don't know what, maybe my fears are not well founded and things will be fine, but experience kind of tells me that it's going to be difficult. So I just wanted to kind of underline what other folks have been talking about tonight in this forum and others, because I think I'm hoping that our board office doesn't get overwhelmed with emails and phone calls, because I think a lot of people and businesses are going to have questions, and we don't really have the answers right now, but we'll see how it plays out. That's most of my report, just kind of getting that off my chest. But I also just want to mention the city also announced that playgrounds would be opening, and I spoke with Jamal Patterson, the district manager for boards 1 and 2, and he said the playgrounds will start to open tomorrow. They should all be open by Monday, but that's just playgrounds. It does not include basketball courts, does not include handball courts or the bocce court that we have in J.J. Walker. So that's some good news. Hopefully people will maintain their social distance as the playgrounds open. I'm losing my voice, so I'll stop right there.
And just to follow up on what Bob has said, Bob's been working really hard on the outdoor dining issues and really fielding phone calls. It's really important in the next week, if you've got issues, to let us know so that we can try and resolve these issues. It's so important that the open dining program works successfully for our local businesses. And if there are issues that are going to jeopardize that, we need to resolve them as quickly as possible so that this program can work. And that it goes without saying, we can't all be in all areas of the board. So we really need to know if there are issues in particular places. There are industry advocates who've reached out to me directly that they want to work as intermediaries between the businesses and community if there are issues. So it's really important. And as all of you know, just looking around outside all of our neighborhoods, the bars and restaurants are incredibly important to our community, and they're part of our community, and we need them going forward to succeed. Susanna, you had a question?
Sorry, I just wanted to add one thing to that, which is I think that as a board, to that extent, we can also show leadership and be ambassadors for small businesses in general. I mean, I think it's going to be a freaky summer, but it's only going to be a summer. To the extent that we can help navigate between businesses and residents, I think we could have an ambassador role to help these businesses.
I'm not sure I would use the word freaky. I think it may be unprecedented, but Janine? Janine, I think you are unmuted, but we can't hear you. You're unmuted on our side. We still can't hear you. And now I just muted you. And
okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, you're gonna look at my ear. Let me turn my video off. For parks like DeSalvio, where there is a playground and a basketball court, how does that work with opening up the playgrounds?
Jamal did not go into that kind of detail, but my guess would be that the playground will be open, but they won't have a basket on the backboard.
Yeah, they've probably taken it off.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks. Cormac?
Oops, I muted myself when I went unmute. Yeah, I just want to say I really appreciate what Susanna said, but I also want to point out to everybody that it's to also think about this more broadly. Like, I think we have an ambassador role to play the other way to some of the businesses to encourage them, to your point, Carter, about we need this to work, we need to be sustainable. We need to encourage them to be doing it in an appropriate and sensitive way. Part of my concern about this initiative from the beginning, or from early on, I should say, not the right beginning, has been that it's been very much focused on how we can help the restaurants and bars, and not, outside of this board, which did some looking at it, but in a larger political context, a lot of thinking about these issues Bob is now talking about. It's about enforcement and the where's it's going to go and the impact on other kinds of commerce and other people and things. And so if we want to make this work, we're going to need to be making sure that we're out there doing some of this refereeing and trying to sort of make it all work for everybody all around. So.
Yeah, I think we should save this discussion for the reopening working groups resolution, because it does address the letter that we had sent as sort of a guidelines of what we're advocating for as a board. So with that, we're going to, everybody should have received copies of the April and May minutes by email from Bob in the last day or two. I can't remember when he sent it out. Is there a motion to approve both the April and May minutes? So I see some nodding. Is there a second? I see Donna and Dan both nodding and first and seconding. All right. So the April and May minutes are adopted or approved, excuse me. Moving on to the standing committee reports and other business. We're going to start off with Chenault for landmarks and public aesthetics.
We have two resolutions. The first is 340 Bleecker Street application to install a bracket sign replacing historic neon sign for the ground floor storefront. That's the former, for people old enough, Aldo's restaurant on Bleecker Street. And the resolution with a good deal of discussion with the applicant was that they will, as close as possible, reproduce the Aldo's sign, of which there is a black and white photograph. And the recommendation is to approve of the resolved version, which is to copy that sign. And it was unanimous. The next address is 160 Prince Street. The applications to remove existing storefront windows and install a new storefront infill. This became terribly complicated. They're asking to, at the corner of Prince and Thompson, in the bays that face each street, to take out the infill that's there, which is non-historic but of some duration, and put in the usual French windows that open with all the attendant problems of aesthetics and operation. And we were not prepared to, in general, we try to discourage more of these. It came about because Carter was there and was able to be a resource, that they had specifically said in a stipulation not have and not request such windows. The historic photograph showed a very high, waist high or so, bulkhead with what appeared to be French windows. We would assume operable because of the era, and the resolution was to abide by in consideration of the liquor license restriction, that we would approve something patterned after the historic photograph. And that was unanimous as well. It's a good example of how we will work, and I think we'll be more conscious to check with the liquor people that some things come up, that we go back to be sure we're not, in a sense, contradicting the decision of the board already. Thank you.
Is there any discussions on items 1 and 2? Okay, I had not brought this up before, but I'm going to bring it up now. As far as for our voting procedures, what we've been doing for our last several full board meetings is moving all, if they're without objection, moving items where they're into an omnibus vote so that we can have one larger roll call vote at the end. If anybody would like to call out at any time to have an immediate vote on any item, if there's any controversy as far as any changes, we can clearly work, do that right at the moment. But is there any objection to moving items into an omnibus vote and having a single roll call at the end? Okay, great. So is there any objection to moving items 1 and 2 from landmarks into the omnibus vote at the end of the meeting? Okay, I see some thumbs up. I don't see any objections. Okay, thank you, Chenault. And moving on to SLA licensing 1 and 2, there were 2 separate committee meetings. Bob or Donna?
Sure, I'll go.
Okay.
So we had 15 applications. Of those 15 applications, we heard 9 and have resolutions. All the decisions by the committee were unanimous. And then the last resolution, number 10, was reviewing Brad Holman's bill, takeout bill of liquor from bars, restaurants, and such. So I'll go through each one and kind of just give you a quick 1-2 on each application, and we'll go from there. So number 1 is, sorry, there's a lot. Number 1 is Spring Cafe. This is a restaurant wine application for like a plant-based cuisine cafe on West 4th Street, or 14 West 4th Street. Deny unless stipulations, again, unanimous. And for anybody who is new to our community board as a member, when we speak about deny unless, that is essentially an approval or a recommendation to approve the license. And then, so that's deny unless, even though it might be a little confusing, we deny it unless you agree to the stipulations, which they do, and then it's really approved. Okay, so number 2 is 113 Mulberry Restaurant, DBA Minero's Pizza. This is an on-premise license to operate a restaurant and a bar in not Meatbag, but Little Italy area. Again, there are stipulations, unanimous decision, deny unless. Number 3 is Takeshi Sushi, 28 Grand Street. This is an existing restaurant wine. This gentleman has been operating for a couple of years, and he wanted to upgrade to an on-premise license from restaurant wine, and the committee was in agreement. He basically kept the same method of operation that he currently has, and had a pretty good understanding and explanation for why he needed the on-premise license. He's an existing business owner in our community board. So that's deny unless, unanimous, 11-0. Number 4, WSA Cafe. This is a 18th Avenue. This is a cafe in the Gansevoort Hotel. They had been to us a couple months ago with a restaurant wine, and now they needed the on-premise license for the location. It was a deny unless. All the same stipulations that existed a few months ago were agreed upon for the on-premise, and that was unanimous, 10-0. Number 5 is Maleska LLC, 13 Little West 12th Street. This is also in the meatpacking area. We had a number of meatpacking applications. So for a very large restaurant in a location, it's had some issues. It hasn't been the most successful location, and there were concerns about the restaurant turning into something else. But ultimately, we agreed, and the applicant agreed to, a compromise in terms of stipulations, and it was deny unless. So an approval, a recommendation to approval with the stipulations in place. Number 6 is Felix Green Street, Soho. This is Felix Roasting, 104 Green Street. This is a location that's never had a license before, whether it be restaurant wine or on-premise. It basically was for a small cafe, and they wanted an on-premise license. The committee voted against recommending, so it was deny resolution and recommendation to the New York State Liquor Authority. That was unanimous, 11-0. Hyundai Motor America, number 7. This is a luxury car showroom. It's a very large location, multiple floors, never been licensed before. They want an on-premise license to operate their showroom, and they have a small restaurant and an outdoor deck. The community was able to get together and worked out a very extensive list of stipulations, and it was agreed to. And so that was to 9 less by the committee, again, unanimous, this time 11-0 for that application. Number 8 is Restoration Hardware. This is another very large application in meatpacking. This is basically to operate a restaurant on the rooftop when when it's really a design or display store for their furniture. The folks in the meatpacking area were not happy with the full service restaurant on the rooftop. There's been all sorts of issues with this one. Anyway, this application, just so everyone's clear, it doesn't say it, and so I'm gonna have to change it a little bit. It's not just asking for a permanent, the permanency, it's asking for a permanent change or alteration with the rooftop, but it's also asking for temporary for the, over the summer. And so because our recommendation, it would be the same whether it be temporary or, on a permanent basis, the recommendation from the committee was to deny the application. Again, unanimous. Number 9 is Bagatelle Downtown, 653 Hudson Street, AKA 18th 9th Avenue. This is in the Gansevoort Hotel. This was, used to be Provocateur. So this space is unusual. It has a retractable roof. There have been a lot of problems at this location in the past in the hotel. And the Bagatelle, the application was Bagatelle operates a restaurant with DJs next door. And they basically want to move into the Gansevoort Hotel from the location next door. The committee did not think that was a good idea. Its recommendation is to deny that application, unanimous. And then number 10 is the Senate bill. And we tried to be, I think, diplomatic about it. We received a lot of complaints, and there was a lot of opposition to this particular bill from the community. We did not get anybody coming up and saying it's a good idea. I think primarily there was a lot of opposition without really defining what the opposition was about and what the bill was about. And I think we did a pretty good job of kind of dissecting the bill. Really, it was 2 main parts. One was it's a takeout. So it's the takeout of liquor for bars and restaurants. And the other one was the delivery. So the delivery of alcohol to a home, for example, which was exactly what we thought the bill was really all about. So if you're at home and you want to order food from a restaurant, they should be able to deliver liquor, a drink, along with the food. And I think that was essentially the part that I think the committee was recognized as a positive development. The negative development was the takeout portion, which was, you've seen, everybody's kind of seen it for their own eyes, the pitfalls with the takeout provision and the way the bill had been written. It wasn't written with any significant restrictions. So for example, if you were a bar and you were open till 4 a.m., people in the bar at 4 a.m., even though it was, last call, they could actually take a drink to go and drink it out on the street, which really was, something that could be really, really difficult in our neighborhood. Not to say that that's going to happen or it will happen, but the chances is that it will happen in some form. And so anyway, ultimately, we gave a recommendation with limitations, which is in our resolution. Again, unanimous from the committee. The rest, numbers 11 through 15, are layovers or withdrawals.
And just for clarification, so number 10, that resolution is going to be directed to Senator Andrea Stewart-Cousins and Senator Hoylman, yeah, and whoever the head of the committee is who's overseeing it. Is that correct, Bob?
Yeah, of course. It doesn't say it, but that's who will be. we'll be sending it to anybody who wants to see it. How's that?
Yeah, yeah. Well, can we just
Those
make a note
folks-
of that so it just doesn't get sent to the liquor authority, because the liquor authority.
Oh, no, yeah, no, we'll make
doesn't
sure it
review
goes to the right people.
legislation. So if you could just make a note of that, Valerie, for Florence, that would be great. And then the other was on number 8, you said that you're going to be amending that to also include the temporary application that was submitted to us, right? You're going to amend the language on that resolution to include the temporary application as well?
That's the plan.
Okay. And is there any other discussion on any of the items, on items 1 through 15? Susanna.
I just two small things. On number 6, what are ABV cocktails?
Hold on a second. Let me just, I got to scroll down.
That is the strength of the alcohol.
Okay. And on number 8,
Thank you,
RH on whereas number 4, I'm wondering if that's a typo. It says 9 to 12 p.m., but do you mean 9 to 12
Yep.
9 a.m.?
Thank you. Typo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. We'll fix it.
And William.
I think we should discuss number 10.
Okay, so you want to call out 10? Okay. William, did you?
Yeah, yes, thanks. I had a question on number 10. Was there, looking at the State Senate website, it looks like.
Before we get to your question, we'll call it out. Is there anybody else want to discuss any other items or anything else? Okay, so we're going to move number 1. Well, let's discuss 10 before we move anything. So let's have discussion on number 10. William?
Yes, thanks. Was there any, looking on the website, it looks like it's supposed to suspend the rules for takeout alcohol and delivery for 2 years. Was there any discussion regarding the length of time in that bill, and any suggestions, should there be an alteration for how long that stays in place, perhaps shorter?
Well, basically it said 2 years
after.
And people can correct me if I'm wrong, but it basically said 2 years when this ends in October or end of October, or when the pandemic issues resolve. In other words, when the governor's edict is no longer applicable, at least, or when it's withdrawn. So it could be longer than 2 years. And
okay, so it's the sooner of.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
It's the latter of. Is that correct?
No, I'm sorry, the latter.
The latter of.
The latter of.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is why we recommend
it wouldn't commence until the edict is over or October 31. Okay.
No.
Okay, thank you.
But we're recommending 1 year.
We're recommending 1 year from when the edict is over.
That's right.
As opposed to 2 years from when the edict is over.
Okay, I missed that in the materials. Thanks.
Yeah, it's the last bullet.
Lois.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it wasn't brought up in committee, but I was just curious, and maybe a restaurant owner or bar owner of the community board to get a delivery to your address with alcohol, food and alcohol, does the delivery person have to be 21? Because I know you have to serve drinks at a bar and restaurant, you need to be 21. Did you hear me?
We heard you.
Okay, good. Any comments? Rocio,
What did
anybody?
Well, whatever the current law is in terms of the service of alcohol, okay, would be in place. That's not, we're not saying that anything should be different than it currently exists in terms of the service of. So if you have to be 21 or older, then yes, the answer is yes.
Wait,
This is
to bring
I think the age is 18.
Yeah, just guys,
I'm not here to define what the current law is, because that's really not what the bill was about. It's just about whether it's takeout or delivery. If the current law is what it is, it's going to stay that way, at least in terms of delivery. We weren't really analyzing that aspect of the delivery.
The Lois, as you know, the liquor laws are highly regulated, and I believe that for delivery, there's a whole procedure in place. Not anybody can just deliver. It's goes through a whole process. I think that the vehicles have to be registered with the liquor authority and further.
Brad's
it's
bill
not
had-
it's not a straightforward.
Yeah, Brad's bill had all sorts of things about cars and delivery, which really doesn't have any application to us living in our community. Ours would be different. You're right. It would be a delivery person.
Okay. Thanks,
So
Lois.
whatever the obligations would be for the cars would be the same for the people. If they, you have to be 21 in a car, you have to be 21 when you deliver.
Okay, thank you.
Chenault?
Has any consideration been given to the impact on liquor stores and wine shops and all of this? And the accompanying question is, are bottles included in this?
Yes. I believe
You mean like
they are.
bottle of wine?
Yes. I mean, you can do that now under the current, which this is extending what you can do now. Now you could go in, and if your local place is selling a bottle of wine, if they're choosing to do that, I would think that this would be the same thing.
So it could very much impact liquor stores.
Yeah, Chenault, that's a great question. From what I've read, this isn't going to affect what most people would drink at home. It's a better deal, and it always will be a better deal to purchase that in a liquor store. But what it has allowed is for higher end businesses and restaurants to actually liquidate some of their high end merchandise. So if you've got in your wine cellar at a restaurant a very valuable collection, it would allow you the opportunity to sell that to others that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do without liquidating it. It's a complex, but you're not going to, a lower price bottle of white wine is going to be cheaper at the liquor store than it ever will be from the restaurant.
And to be honest with you, Chanel, that is a good question. Now, we did not really talk about bottles of wine. We talked about, alcoholic drinks and mixed cocktails and things of that sort, which the restaurant could be well known for.
It's just a question of equity of small businesses in the community.
That is why, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Susan.
That is why we recommend a relationship between the sale of an alcoholic beverage and food. We don't want it to be a source. There has to be a significant sale of food going on, so that the alcohol is only an accompaniment to it. And the fact that you've got to spend on food really is a deterrent to just wanting to get alcohol. So it wouldn't, if somebody wants alcohol, they're going to go to a store that sells it by the bottle or unit.
But I would also say that it is true that, to a certain extent, in the end, if people, it might mean that people, they order the wine or the liquor with their meal instead of saying, let's order the meal and let's go out and buy the bottle of wine or liquor. On the other hand, there are many people who will probably order the wine or the liquor because they can get it all at once, who wouldn't bother to go out and get it if they had to make do two things. So it's hard to parse, but going back to what Bob said, Chenault, I don't remember, somebody might correct me, we didn't really take that up or look at it. I imagine that the SLA, though, might, if they're asked to comment on this, because that is part of their charter.
Coral.
I just wanted to share that what's actually happening, because a couple of weeks ago around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I ordered food through an app, and what arrived was 3 very nice bottles of wine and no food. So this is so Soho. So I contacted the delivery and I said, this is not what I ordered. I'm happy to give it back. And ultimately the other company, because they're totally two different restaurants that had gotten somehow crossed, they delivered my food and told me to keep the wine. So I got over $100, significantly over $100 worth of nice wine, French wine for free, and my food. And nobody ever asked about the age or any of that. So we can kind of talk about policy, but that's what's actually happening.
Thanks.
Adam? I think you owe me some wine.
I mean, it's funny. Yeah, but yeah.
Just as there's a lot of empirical conversation, or not empirical, but just sort of experiences that people are mentioning here. And, to the point of being, ID'd or not ID'd, I have seen people, I don't get ID'd. I have seen people get ID'd for these deliveries. But I think what I would look to see in a resolution like this that specifically comments on public safety and public health would be more scientific substance around the data as far as the current trends and the public health or public safety impacts of those current trends. Because my concern with the resolution as it is that it feels too much like an opinion to me, and I would have trouble supporting it unless it had more facts as far as the data and the trends, and then scientific studies that outline the ramifications of those trends.
Okay, thanks, Adam. William?
I'm sorry to ask a second question, but I'm just unclear still on one point. So if someone wants to go order food plus a bottle of wine from a restaurant and walk over and grab it themselves, are you suggesting that that not be allowed because you're only suggesting they should have delivery and no takeout? Like a sealed bottle of wine would also not be allowed under the committee's suggestion?
Well, the answer is the takeout portion has a lot of pitfalls in it. Okay, so the answer would be, at least in terms of the resolution, that would not be in agreement with that particular hypothetical.
Okay. My only concern was with that is, if I'm going to order a bottle of wine and a meal, I would rather walk over and get it, because then I'm not paying a third-party app, which is taking away from some of the profit of that restaurant. So I feel like if it's a corked bottle of wine that's not opened, that at least doesn't pose a problem. It's a completely different situation than a cocktail with no lid on it.
So most people may not realize this, but all on-premise liquor licensees can sell beer to go in a closed container, number one, and you can also take a partially finished bottle of wine if it's corked and is placed in a bag of some sort and stapled or some other type of closure. So if you haven't finished a bottle of wine, so that's allowed currently for all licensees. So beer is actually not covered technically under this unless it's poured into a to-code container, but a sealed can or bottle of beer, any licensee can currently sell that. Susanna?
Hi, gosh, there's a lot of work to go through. I want to ask a question before I make a comment, which is, so does this resolution, it does not support the sale of alcohol unless it's delivered to someone's house? So like, I can't get a drink at a restaurant to grab and go unless it's actually delivered to my house. Am I just understanding that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct.
So I think that that's problematic, because I think that this means that only restaurants that do delivery can do this. And what about all the restaurants that can't? I think I support this resolution except for the first, whereas number 7, except for the first 2 points. That's what I would say. I don't support those first 2 points. I don't think.
And just for clarification, this is right now, this is through October, whenever the governor stops the order. This is an extension beyond that of provisions. So it would be after I don't know what to call it, the pandemic over. So
up until,
it's not for the current time period while we're going through this. This is not to amend the current. Brad's bill is an extension after that time period ends, just for clarification.
No, that's hugely helpful. So that would not cover this summer.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, I can support this then.
Rocio?
So my comment is just for clarification. The current law that allows restaurants to sell takeout alcohol already requires that food be sold with alcohol. So I don't remember who raised the point, but it's already a requirement. You have to sell food in order to be able to sell alcohol and beer and wine, whatever it is, to go. Thank you.
And that's, and many businesses have a sign prominently displaying that and will not let you purchase without it. Cormac.
But just for clarification, that could be a bag of peanuts. So you could have, 12 drinks in a bag of peanuts, and that would satisfy the law. So that's why we increased it to the 50%.
Okay, Cormac.
Right, and so one quick point to, I'm speaking in favor of the resolution. One quick point to Susanna's query and question. As you said, Carter, Brad's bill extends it after the end of the governor's declaration. The governor's declaration currently ends in September or October. But remember that assuming that the COVID has not completely gone away in September, October, it is extremely likely the governor will simply sign an extension of that for several months. So this would start whenever that extension ends. So just, so we're all clear what we're talking about. I wanted to speak to, I thought that to the point I think it was Adam or somebody made earlier about the data-drivenness thing. So I'm a big fan of data-driven effects, but I think we need to remember our part in this process. So the legislature has research input and support and resources that they go to for the data. As one of the things that the SLA does professionally and things. The community board, when it comes to liquor matters and liquor licenses, what we're specifically being asked for is our opinion. Is our opinion based on our lay knowledge as community members about what the impact might be on our community, and not to provide expertise on the logistics or the other sort of things, only the expertise based on what we as people living here have experienced and that we see and what we're concerned about. So I really think Adam made a great point about how legislation needs to be data-driven, things like that. But I think in this case, I would speak for this resolution because I think this is appropriate. The other thing is I think that there was another thing that I don't remember. I think maybe it was William that you raised it, which was about the cork bottle thing. To Carter's point, the reason why under current law, restaurants, when you leave restaurants, you can take an open bottle when it's sealed up and take it home like a doggy bag, but they can't just sell you a bottle, is specifically going back to Chenault's concern about protecting liquor stores, right? Wine and liquor stores. And that was something we specifically talked about in committee, at least to my memory. Other committee members might want to speak to this. And our concern was the kind of things that we're seeing out there right now, which is that people will just get a bottle of wine or a half bottle of wine, and they will simply go out and open it and sit on the stoop outside. This is, one of the things that we were concerned about the takeout option about it. So just right or wrong, that was, I think, something part of the reasoning, at least that I understood it. Just want to put that in there. I will vote for this. Thank you.
And just to Cormac's point, on the back, the ABC laws in New York are very protective of liquor stores. Each liquor store is an individual business. You are not allowed to own more than one. You cannot own any other business in the chain. You can't own, you may be able to own a bar or restaurant, but you can't be a manufacturer. They're very stringent. Every single liquor license in the state is generally contested for on-sales premises by the adjoining premises. They monitor all the sales. It's a very involved process, and it very much protects the individual owners because they're viewed as very small businesses. And if you look in the papers in the last month, there was a big case with I think it was Total Wines and Spirits that was sort of challenging that, which came in as a big bulk dealer from some other state. I don't know all the details, but it's very specific in protecting that industry in New York. So that's why I think people bring it up regularly. Adam, you had another?
Yes, Cormac, I just wanted to thank you for addressing my comments and, understand the perspective that, we're giving the layman's opinion. I guess something that I'm thinking about, Bob can consider it, would just be maybe changing the verbiage to reflect that, it may impact public health, it may impact public safety, rather than making a statement that, does seem like more of a technical assessment rather than a layman's opinion.
Great, thanks. Eugene.
Yeah, so I guess my questions were more around the parts about we've been talking a lot about the wine and the things that compete with the liquor stores, but I guess what is the issue, I guess, with the cocktails specifically? And the reason I ask is because I've just seen restaurants get kind of more creative in delivery, like in the last couple of weeks, I guess. They're trying to make delivery much more palatable. So I've seen, like the Minetta Tavern offer like, several cocktails, like 2 or 3, like more than 12 ounces of cocktails, I guess, in a single bottle. Like, I guess, is that going to be problematic? I mean, if it's delivery, I guess I'm trying to reconcile, we don't want people walking around with cocktails in the street. But if it's delivered to your house, is there any problem with just having, I guess I don't understand the 12-ounce rule for like a cocktail, because cocktails don't compete with a liquor store. And to be honest, I mean, we ordered cocktails like a week or 2 ago, and it was kind of nice. I mean, we haven't had cocktails like from a restaurant in a long time. So, and there's also other businesses in our area like PDT and Angel Share. Well, I guess they're technically out of our area, but more bars, and I mean, they also offer primarily cocktails for delivery. I guess again, I'm just putting it to the group. What is the problem with the delivery aspect of it?
Well, we actually are in favor of the delivery aspect of it, Eugene. And the 12 ounces that's a large drink. So that's why that the 12 ounces was put down in terms of restrictions or limitations. So the takeout, it's the takeout portion that is the one that we're not in favor of. The delivery, we are in favor of that. That's okay. The design of the bill, Eugene, was to help businesses out because of COVID. That was what Brad wanted to try to help. And the problem is that the bill, as he proposed it, really had a lot of, it was like Swiss cheese. It had a lot of problems. And so what we tried to do is we tried to say, it's a good idea, except this is where you should head in terms of what we can handle, at least in our community. And so, yes, there are certain restrictions that we placed on it, like the 12 ounces, but that was designed so that people couldn't be ordering just drinks. And 12 ounces is a pretty good sized drink. So, are you saying 16 ounces or?
And we also say 2 of them per entree. So that's really 24 ounces per meal. So,
I think that's consistent with somebody who's ordering a meal from a restaurant. Mm-hmm. And that was what we were trying to parlay. So yes, those little numbers probably have some play to them. But it's the general idea that the resolution is trying to put forth. And not necessarily nitpicking on the
specifics might not be necessarily what we're, the entire picture that we're trying to give. And Adam, if you give me in writing the portions that you're talking about, I'll be, public health and public safety, obviously that's something that could be put in there.
And one of the other challenges on this bill, and you can't pre-mix drinks in New York State beforehand. Every drink has to be made to be delivered by a bartender. The only pre-made drinks that are allowed that are in a frozen drink machine. So you couldn't make, a big batch of margaritas and have it on a speed pour and pour it out for to-go drink. So having the individual sizes sort of matches the ethos of the spirit of that regulation of this. There's a lot of archaic regulations, I guess is what I'm saying, with respect to.
I guess I was just, I was just noticing that like it was something that was, it was like for 2 or 3 people, kind of like a larger size drink or something like that. And I did notice that when we were getting cocktails before that, everyone's having to get the little small glasses and everything. It just seems like an extra cost for restaurants you know, to do that. But
I think we're going to hear now from two people who have extensive experience here. Scott?
Hi, thank you, Carter. Yeah, I just, there's a lot I have to say, but I'm going to keep it to the aspect in the resolution about the needing to order food and 50% food. And I just feel very strongly that I disagree with that in any capacity. And my reason being is that this is, look, we're going to have, who knows, maybe 20%, maybe 50% of restaurants and bars are not going to be open in January. It's going to be catastrophic. And this was done specifically to help those operators make money. And simple math, when you make when you order a cocktail, you're making about 80% as profit. When you order food, it's like 15% is profit. And this was specifically done to help places financially so they can stay open and not close. And if you went to, you wanted to order a salad at a salad place, and then the next day you only wanted a salad and you were told you had to order a $20 matching cocktail or soda with it, anybody who only wants a salad is not going to, and all those people who want cocktails are going to lose business. And it's really going to keep I think one of the main reasons for this being enacted, it's going to basically, you know, kind of make it not nearly as good for the operator. You know, and that's the main thing that I want to say. And I also do agree with the person who orders a cocktail at night and said it was very nice, especially since you haven't been able to go out. Like, yeah, I would rather, you know, and the cocktail industry, you know, creative cocktail industry in general in the last 5 or 10 years is totally different than it was in the past. It's become this whole following in and of itself. And it's great to have a delicious cocktail at night. And I don't want to necessarily have to order a $50 steak to have the cocktail. So I just want to say that I don't agree with that part of it.
Thanks, Scott. Rocio?
Okay, regarding, I don't know why, but this has been for a few years now, Community Board 2 constantly finds the way to curtail the businesses of the restaurant businesses and liquor licenses. Adding a delivery component as a requirement to have a restaurant sell a drink or drinks to someone that is passing by the street is wrong. Have you considered what the impact will be on the streets to have extra cars or extra bicycles, riders, or whatever, however they get to make a delivery on the streets, because someone could just be getting off the subway, picking up a cocktail to have at home with their family or husband and wife, whatever it is. And why do we have to force a delivery on someone that just wants to pick up something on the way home from work? It doesn't make sense. I am opposed to this. It just doesn't make sense. Let the laws the way it is now, that we are allowed to sell alcohol to someone who comes to our window and take it with them. And unfortunately, we really can't control what happens after they buy it. But we are required to make sure that whoever we sell the alcohol or the liquor to is of age, whether it has to be over 21. And regarding the law before, you were discussing how old you have to be. There are different laws, and you can be a busboy at 18, you can be 17 years old and bus, but I think you have to sell alcohol once you're 21 to serve it to the table. But it doesn't stop anyone from taking the drink, whatever was left in a glass, and sipping it. But anyway, restaurateurs and bar owners, and they need to know exactly what's going on in their place, and they have to monitor themselves. Otherwise, they'll lose their licenses. So that's what I wanted to say. Regarding the delivery, it doesn't make sense.
Thanks, Rocio. John?
Yes. I overall like the idea of the original bill, and I think it was the right idea to support businesses. Someone mentioned it's like Swiss cheese, and I don't know if we should, fill those holes or maybe allow it to ripen to see what happens. Brad's quite responsive to the community, and so I don't know if we have to go too far in imposing restrictions at this point. I don't see why you would put a restriction on the amount of alcohol that could be delivered at someone's home. I mean, there's already at delivery apps. So alcohol delivery apps. So I would presume if someone's really trying to booze up, they would just go for those. But to impose an additional cost on people, I don't know if that does, and especially given the margins that I think Scott had mentioned. And then I'm not sure where I stand on the takeout should be allowed. To me, it seems like the last speaker had mentioned, we're putting a burden on businesses that'll be struggling. And again, maybe it's best to not have the heavy hand of government, put such restrictions on at this point. And so I just kind of putting my thought out there, and if anyone wants to speak on any of those issues. Thank you.
Just to make it clear, this has nothing to do with what's going on currently. The law allows it now. This has to do with what's going to take place after October of this year and the 2 years beyond that. That's what we're talking about.
And let's just be realistic. What happens in the next couple of weeks is really going to, we heard Brad come on earlier and say there are going to be modifications to the bill.
That's right.
And if things are figured out, I think there's going to be a lot less concern. A lot of this is, we're not even in phase 2 yet. Katie? Do I need to, sorry, let me just check to make sure. Katie, can you hear?
Just that I was unmuted. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Oh, that's great. I want to be sure that the board realizes, A, that what we're doing is we're recommending some things. We're not writing the legislation. We're reflecting on some things and recommending them to Brad. And that we had a lot of comments, both from the public and from our committee, about the problem with the drinking on the street. The liquor license holders are not in control of what happens when the people have the drink on the street. And there's been all this talk about St. Mark's Place, but Hudson Street, which is where Bob lives and is very close to me, was also wall-to-wall people. And we were trying to address this extreme public health problem that was being created by the patrons who were not following any of the guidelines once they have the drink in their hands. And that was our concern, the public health and safety concern that we were pointing out to Brad, and Brad has already seen it with his own eyes. And as we are hearing, he's trying to tweak, change, amend the language to address that particular problem.
Katie, I was sent an excerpt from an executive order that I believe is going in place today from the governor. And one of the sentences in that is, consequently, under the new executive order, effective June 18th, 2020, licensees are now responsible for violations of social distancing guidelines and open container ordinances that occur within 100 feet of their licensed premises.
Which is, I think, Carter, a great response to what we were saying. We were saying this is a problem, and the governor is agreeing with the committee's observations and recommendations.
But
so
I
thank
think
you.
to Rocio's point, that's addressing the issue and why, I'm just putting it back that why shouldn't people be able to pick up a drink and go? Because if they consume it within 100 feet, the business is responsible. If they're not social distancing, if they're hanging out, the governor is trying to do what the intent was, which was Scott was pointing out, which is to help it's a difficult issue, but we're still in the middle of it.
We're all trying to help the businesses, but it's a two-way street. And some businesses are more responsible than others, but the irresponsible ones have raised a huge alarm. So as Carter says, things are always still evolving, and I think that's what we're trying to do, is just get them to evolve in the right direction.
I've got 5 more speakers that I see have their hands raised. I'm sensing, even though I can't quite see everybody because we're not in a real room, the patience is running a little thin. So I'm just going to note that. Joe? We can't hear you, Joe. If you unmute yourself on your phone, you're unmuted from, you're unmuted, I think, from.
Yeah, go.
We still can't hear you, even though you're unmuted on our side.
He says go on.
Oh, okay. Go on. All right. Matt.
Oh, I want to clarify one point. COVID or not, I could get a bottle of liquor delivered to my apartment at any point. But I think this bill is, this resolution is really well done. I commend you guys. It's a little prescriptive. Really shouldn't be one to talk, but great job. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Chenault?
An amendment, I suppose it is, that pickup be permitted. I don't have the text before me, so I can't give a wording, but
you're proposing
that the recommendation that pickup as well as delivery.
Okay. So,
and am I correct that that's a modification of what's been proposed?
And Bob, is that a friendly?
No, that's not, because pickup is basically takeout. Okay, and that's where it's causing all the problems, is the takeout portion of it. And so Chenault, that would not be friendly, even though the hypotheticals that are being provided are somebody coming home from work and wanting to pick up a meal for his family and having a couple cocktails. That would be consistent with somebody getting a delivery. But the problem is that it's a slippery slope. The takeout allows people to just take out and go where they want to and drink it ultimately where they want to. And that is what the committee, that's where the problem was. And that's why we've gotten so many complaints. So that I understand what you're saying. I'm not sure how we can fit that in.
Okay, so that's a no.
In November.
Well, I'm not proposing it as friendly then. There are 2 reasons. One is our concerns of the establishments, the restaurants, and we're putting a burden on those who are willing to go to the restaurant, probably resulting in greater tipping for the restaurant employees. So it's all about supporting the restaurants. So I don't
I'm sensing that this is going to be called out to be voted on now, so everybody will have an opportunity to vote on this as needed.
Procedure.
John?
My understanding that this legislation's all for when the governor's executive order is lifted. But the concerns, it sounds like, that were raised in the meeting, and again, I wasn't present for, largely dealt with people congregating in the streets and causing concern for social distancing. I assume the order will kind of lift after these concerns have abated, meaning with regards to the social distancing through vaccine or what have you. So are we introducing a protection for the community, specifically for the takeout part, for something that's not going to be really of a concern when this finally goes into effect?
I'm not sure I totally followed what you said, but I think what you're saying is that if there's a vaccine, then why do we need this law? I'm not really sure. I'm not really following.
I'm sorry, I'll try to clarify. It sounds like a lot of the concern about takeout was because people were congregating and therefore violating social distancing and not wearing their mask. And that sounds like what I get from you. That was the community concern. But subject to what Carter highlighted, that, allowance of allowing people to hang out on the streets and pick up drinks, that's going to remain anyway. only when that goes away and your Brad's rule goes into effect, like it doesn't matter at that point if people are not social distancing, because you would think it would, the social distancing concerns would be no longer present really at the time that this finally goes into effect.
Yeah, like the social distancing part of it is a concern right now. But in terms of there being other concerns besides social distancing, there were plenty of other concerns. And the other concerns are you can basically take your drink out and go wherever you want. And that's kind of what's happening now. People are drinking, whether it's on the street or they're taking it somewhere else. And we're getting lots of complaints about people drinking on the streets, there being no bathrooms, people urinating at locations where they shouldn't be, and things of that sort is going on because the restaurant bathrooms are open. But this is not just about social distancing. This is about a rule that currently is not allowed that will then be allowed in the future.
The executive order does not change the open container law, which is being violated left and right.
Cormac.
I would like to ask a question.
So Tom, yes, you haven't raised your hands. It's nice to see you, Tom.
Well, I'm
Go
not
ahead,
quite
Tom.
sure
The top of the
raise my hand, but I want to comment though, because I've missed most of the meetings and I can't really vote on this question, but I would say if I were there, I would be supporting Garcia and the other people that are against this motion. I feel it's the wrong thing to do.
Hey Tom, can you move your tablet so that you're very muffled?
Of most of these votes, but I think it's just not the right thing to do. Thanks.
Hey Tom, we weren't able to hear you because you were very muffled. Can you repeat what you had said?
I'm sorry?
Can you repeat what you just said? You were very muffled and we could not hear you. Oh. Did we just lose Tom? Okay. Was anybody able to make out what Tom was saying? Was he saying he was supporting?
No, he's not supporting the bill. He doesn't
Right.
support.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks. Cormac?
Yeah, I don't want to try people's patience. I think this conversation's gone on a long time. I just wanted to draw people's attention to something because I do hear, people talking again, this question about the governor's recent order and shouldn't this solve the problem and things. And I want to amplify something Bob just said and then just make a larger point and I'll stop, which is, so the concerns that I heard on the committee when we were there hearing from the public and people wasn't just the immediate concerns about COVID. It was the larger quality of life concerns as well that come beyond and after that. I'm trying not to be incendiary here and things, but a lot of people were referring to it as like the New Orleans atmosphere that they were worried about and that sort of thing. Some of the people who testified to us. I think that there are larger issues of people concerned about how takeout will enable the kind of displays of sort of street drinking and street, partying that we have seen completely beyond any social distancing concerns about it. And what I want, so that was to amplify that point, as I think that's what a lot of what we heard from people. The second thing was to those concerns about the governor's order. So the governor says that, people are responsible for it. Okay, they're responsible. I heard earlier today, Bob Gormley saying that, there hasn't even been really much thinking about, about how this gets enforced. I heard from our elected officials that, well, we don't know, we're gonna sort of try to create some alternative kinds of new enforcement things that won't involve the police. And, there's a lot of unknowns there. So this sort of feeling like it's gonna be taken care of because of governor's order. People are violating the governor's order right now. I'm being told people are, the idea that the SLA is just going to come and strike and take up these liquor licenses is contrary to history. So, just sort of bear in mind, it's like feel how you feel about it, but don't convince yourself that it's all going to be fine, because people will do the responsible thing and people will obey the orders, and every operator will have a beautifully well-packaged little thing that they'll send out. And because, you know, no, some will, but not everybody. And that's why we're here. And that's why we propose this.
Just Cormac, they've suspended at least 19 licenses so far. Scott.
Yeah, I just, since I raised my hand, there's some clarification over the laws of drinking on the street, which my understanding, and Bob can correct me if I'm wrong, is that you can't just walk down the street and sip a cocktail. And people obviously aren't following it, but that is the law. And I don't know that we should, you know, back to the delivery versus takeout, it seems, again, not to make sense or be fair, that if I live in a apartment building with 5 other friends and we decide to order a cocktail, we can, you know, take it downstairs and drink it on the street. By that same logic, we should be stopping that as well, you know, versus the takeout. We're not going to allow takeout because we think the person's then going to break the law and drink it on the street. So I'm against takeout because it just doesn't seem to, again, it seems like we're trying to penalize the establishments for the general population not following the law outside of the establishment.
Thanks. And I'm going to go to Rich since you haven't spoken yet. Rich?
Yeah, I just want to frame this once again. We're discussing we are opining on a city-state issue, not something that's unique just to 14th Street to Canal. This is something that is that input's being asked for from all the districts, right? And we are not creating a binding regulation. We are proposing, we're giving our input, right? Just so everyone's on the same page. Is that accurate?
Well, I don't think Brad, I don't know if Brad's asking other people you know, he came to us, this is his community board. He knows that we are we understand the liquor licensing issues that take place in our community. And so he asked us for our thoughts. And so that's why we did this.
And in the form of a resolution.
I don't think he didn't say, Bob, why don't you get a resolution together? That was us. We looked at this and we said this will affect our neighborhoods, and we should listen to what people have to say from our neighborhoods, and then come up with some sort of resolution, and to try to give him some, you know, recommendations based on what people are saying. So I think you're right. This is a larger issue for the state, but it does apply to us.
Right. Okay.
There's a question which it's out of order, but I'm going to call on John. Do you want to raise your point? John?
You're muted. Yes, sorry about that. I was putting it in the chat. I was wondering if Robert would be open to a friendly amendment removing the restriction in the amount that can be delivered, and how he felt about that.
Okay. The amount of what? Food?
Well, just, I think the equation, just removing that wholly and just allowing, if you're allowing for delivery, the amount of food, like the equation you're putting there in terms of the amount of food that has to be ordered along with the alcohol, or the amount of alcohol in general be removed. Going back to your bag of peanuts, could they order a bag of peanuts and then get several, I guess, drinks, and would you be okay with that?
No, we would not be okay with that. Yeah, a bag of peanuts is what it doesn't provide for what we're talking about. We're talking about deliveries to people who want to have a dinner at home and want to have alcoholic drinks with them. I think that was acceptable and makes sense. The takeout portion, it had too many. It was too problematic. It was too much of a slippery slope. And there is what the problem was. We could not figure out, and I don't think anyone has yet figured out, a way in which someone can pick up and have, you know,
there has to be some sort of restrictions, at least in terms of the
No, I'm
pickup.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm talking about on the delivery aspect. I'm going to drop the issue with regards to the takeout. I was just wondering on the delivery.
You're talking about the 50-50 food.
Right, and restrictions to 2 per a meal equivalent or what have you.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are restrictions that, what I said before is that, we don't want to be nitpicky. We're just giving suggestions. We're saying, here's ideas. It doesn't mean that this is the end all. It could be 60%. It could be 40%. But there has to be a food component. It can't be peanuts. That's really what we're saying.
So I think I'm getting the sense this conversation is going to wrap up really quickly here. I just wanted to put forward something which Scott said, just for clarification for everybody here. If you've got a group of people, as Scott had used as an example, sitting in their apartment and they don't want to go out to a bar and they want to order 5 drinks or 10 drinks instead of making them at home and support their local place, and they don't want to wait for a table, and they don't want to go into a crowded place or sit around plexiglass or whatever our future is going to be, that they can't do it. And that's I'm sensing that's a very different distinction from the pickup in person. And I'm sensing that there might be some support, from what John was bringing up. And I just bring it up because I think this is important. I'm just throwing this out there, just in the distinction there, because I think this is an important bill if it's has to do with a lot of our businesses in our community. So you have any thoughts on that?
I don't disagree with that, Carter. It just, that's a fairly large, significant change from what the committee had proposed. And at this point in time, I'm a little uncomfortable saying, I don't disagree with that concept at all. If people are getting it delivered at home, but we're kind of doing it on the cuff here, on the fly. And I'm a little reserved in terms of making those changes. I think it was pretty well thought out. I don't think it's etched in stone. It's the concept. But Scott's idea of people wanting to have more drinks at home is not, I don't think that's not what we're trying to do away with, okay? It was the takeout aspect of it that was the big concern, not the delivery aspect of it.
Okay, I'm feeling that if I call on anybody else, the discussion's done. So
but I haven't had a chance to speak and my hand is up.
Okay, sure, Georgia, go ahead. Yes, anybody who hasn't spoken, I'd like to have a chance to quickly speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I must admit that I'm terribly confused by most of this discussion, since I'm not really fluent in the SLA. But a couple of things. One, it seems really punitive against the business owner to not have takeout. I mean, I would rather go to my local restaurant and order the takeout cocktail or whatever and bring it home than ordering, I don't know, from one of these liquor apps. I'm a responsible person. I'm not going to open the container and guzzle it down between the bar restaurant and my home. And I think it's unfair to put the burden of whatever the buyer is going to do on the seller. And perhaps it means that the proprietor has to sell these cocktails in a sealed container at the point of pickup or takeout. And they're saying, this is our seal, this is our guarantee. And then once the money is exchanged, it's up to the buyer to abide by the law, which says you cannot drink from an open container on the street. And I don't know, it all seems really punitive if what we're trying to do is to help small business bars and restaurants in the neighborhood. I don't know what the right solution is, but I don't know, it seems like we're trying to accomplish one goal, but part of the solution is punitive. Thanks so much.
Okay, thanks, Georgia. Everybody else who has their hand up has spoken, so I'm just going to go down the line. And Susanna?
Hi there, sorry, I'm writing in the chat. I do agree with Georgia. I think it's unfair to restaurants that don't offer delivery. That's a whole other expense to a restaurant, I think. And also, I think that when the weather turns cold, and what we're really talking about is people hanging out on the street and drinking on the street. And I think by November, people aren't going to really want to do that. So I would love to not support this resolution and take Chanel's suggestion. And I would love if this were, if we voted against this resolution, I would vote for a substitute resolution that eliminated the first 2 points specified in the resolution, which refer to takeout, grab and go, and delivery.
Okay, just so everybody knows, the chat is not an appropriate place to have discussions when we're having during business session, because we would never allow sidebar conversations during our regular board meeting. So just want to remind everybody about that. So you're suggesting a substitute resolution? Is that what I'm hearing, Susanna?
Yes, I was going to suggest a substitute resolution.
Or is it a unfriendly amendment that's modifying the existing resolution?
I will leave it to
the same thing.
Parliamentary process to determine what that is. But the parts that I find just difficult about this, most particularly, are the questions of takeout, grab, and go shall not be permitted, and that offsite consumption only as part of an order delivered to a specific address.
So that's basically what Brad's bill as written.
I just have one question.
I'm just clarifying, just because
I have not read Brad's bill. I was just I was actually picking up on Chenault's point. I think I was picking up on Chenault's point. And
yes,
which is that it seems to be unfair to certain businesses.
So you've reviewed the resolution, and you specifically want to remove, which it's a fairly long resolution. I just,
what else is
I'm just saying that, you know, I'm not sure this is the best way of doing this. So I'm just.
I'm sorry, Carter, I don't know the best way of doing it. What I'm proposing is whereas number 7, which is on page 19, the bottom of page 19, the sale of alcoholic beverages as part of a takeout, grab, and go shall not be permitted. And at the top of page 20, the second point, OPEs may sell alcoholic beverages for offsite consumption only as part of an order delivered to a specific address. I would suggest removing those 2 points.
So those 2 bullet points.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question, Carter.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if you brought up the thing about food. Just for clarification, if all the bars that don't serve food, is it under this that they basically would not be able to deliver cocktails?
Under the law, all bars are supposed to serve minimal food that would be the equivalent of sandwich, soup, salads, or something along those. I forget the exact verbiage. You know, obviously that's not fully the case, but that is the law. So
right. Okay.
There exists a world of older places where that's, you know, I'm not sure what it, but that's the current law is that you must serve minimal food.
Have some food.
Yeah, it could be a frozen pizza or whatever. I mean, it's. So I'm just for clarification, because it seems like sort of we have an either or, and I'd rather not waste all of our times from what Susanna has put forward if there's not support, if the other bill is going to carry and not. So I would rather vote on this specifically of removing or keeping these 2 bullet point items in the resolution, because I think that it's an easier way to do that right now, quickly. And is there any discussion on this topic of these 2 bullet points so it's removing the first 2 bullet points on whereas number 7? Is there any new discussion? This would not be continuing discussion. I'm going to lower everybody's hands just because this is a new topic.
Carter, can we table this?
Well, we have this on the floor. It's already been put on the floor. So I'm just asking if anybody has any new comments. So, but people keep raising their hands, or is that just?
I've raised my hand, so.
Okay, all right. So now you guys can restart to discuss those 2 points. And as I said, I don't think there's a lot of patience left here. So, all right.
What two are?
I fucking wrote it, could you at least?
What was that, Susan? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you had your hand up.
Oh, okay. What I was going to suggest in trying to deal with all of these valid issues, instead of taking a position, this is what we support and not support, maybe we have this as a list of factors to consider. Because when we were putting this together, I don't think the expectation is that everything is going to be accepted, you know, it's like gospel, so much as these are things to consider to help craft a more effective piece of legislation. And if we have these identified as potentially problematic or potentially beneficial, maybe we can neutralize this and come to some real understanding.
So I don't think that this is the place to be doing that. Just we're I think about done in this conversation. So, you know, to the point, is this something that really needs to go back for further decision, you know, further discussion, if that's something that you want to do? And I'd be curious, the next speaker, to hear from him. Bob?
Yeah, I really think it's a bad move to be doing this on the off the cuff at this moment. I think by taking out those 2 passages, you're basically agreeing with Brad's law, okay? And there are lots of pitfalls with that law. We went over it and we looked at it, I think, pretty carefully. And the biggest concern is what's happening today, which is people taking their drink and not following the law. And the only law in the way is the open container law, which is not enforced, okay? And, you know, it's just the way of the world. And so that creates all sorts of problems. And that is why the concern was of the committee. And that those 2 bullet points are the most important ones.
Okay. Given that, is this something that you guys want to take back to the committee, reconsider, and come back with something? I think we heard a lot of important points here, and I think there are some fractures on, you know, we'd have to take a vote to find out, but I think, you know, you heard some pretty strong concerns on both sides, and maybe you want to.
I heard a lot of good concerns, but I didn't hear how to solve them, okay? And when I hear somebody actually say that they can solve the problem, which I'm suggesting, which is what the problem was at the committee, which is people breaking the law with the drink at night on our street.
But I mean, the point that I'm saying is that that's really been addressed with something critically new. And we're going to find out what's going to go on in the next week or 2. And I'm just wondering if it would be better input for Brad, you know, if that were taken into account, because I think that there's some very compelling points in this, but I also would agree with you that changing it's not really that great either, because it's not putting it all together in the right places. And but I don't think we can do this tonight, but you know, we can always just go ahead and vote on it too, but I don't know if that's what everybody would really want either. So
I will say this, Carter, I will say this, okay? We did have an open meeting, and there were a lot of people that appeared at that meeting. And so I'm just saying, there's a lot of great ideas coming up, but we did not hear those ideas. And then on top of that, things keep changing, okay? So I would say this about Brad's bill. I think Brad's bill was premature, okay? I don't think we've gotten through the summer, and he's already deciding for the fall. And I said that from day one. Now, do we have to make a decision right now? We do not, okay? But if we're gonna table this and lay it over for another month, fine. I want to have people provide answers and not necessarily, you know, I disagree with this or I disagree with that. I want to know how we can solve the problems that we have today as a result of that takeout, the relaxation of takeout. And that's, I think, would hit the nail on the head.
So I think that some people here might come to that meeting, especially if it were, you know, the first topic, or if they knew at a particular time that it would happen.
They don't need to come to the, if you're a board member, you don't even have to come. You just have to send an email.
Right. So you don't have a problem. I mean,
do you not think that some of those problems will go away when human beings are allowed to go inside of the places?
Exactly. Carter, can I just say one thing? I just think when we looked at this, and I think as we all look at everything every other day, we're always looking at it in the framework of what's happening right then, even though we're trying to think ahead. I think a lot of good points have been raised here, and actually to what Scott was just saying, I think it's important to remember, even though I'm part of this committee, is things will be open and people will be inside, and there will be sidewalk cafes outside, and everything will have evolved. I'm not saying one way or the other how exactly I feel about this, but reconsidering it, I think, is certainly worth doing, in my opinion.
okay, you know, I realized that I was out of order in actually what I did with Susanna, because I did not have a second and we did not vote on discussing that. But I just am curious if anybody wants to recommend sending this back to the committee for further discussion.
Are we in discussion now of your suggestion to do that? I mean, I'm a little confused because we were in
Carter, I move to recommit.
The things, and then you change the subject to the idea of recommitting.
Well, look, we can have, I mean, clearly this is going to be a mess, and I don't think that that's something that we want to send to Brad. I don't think that's responsible for us to do. I think we've got, you know, this is very important to our community. This is going to Brad specifically. It's not necessarily time sensitive. I think Brad's aware of these issues. A lot of them have been raised with him directly. Let's give him some good feedback, you know, and discuss this a little bit further. And
I hear your argument. I mean, is that what we're doing now? Is debating?
I don't know. Matt was.
Where are we right now?
Matt,
Let's take a vote on
you,
returning it to committee.
Matt.
Well, why can we discuss returning it to committee?
Hold on. I'm just calling on Matt.
9:50.
So I'm going to move to recommit, and like every other movement, if somebody else seconds it, it puts it to a vote.
I seconded.
Send it back to committee. Is that for clarity?
Send it back.
Okay. And there's a second.
Second.
All right. We're going to put that on the floor. Do we need to discuss that? Can I lower everybody's hands and just make sure don't raise them again, so that I can just clear this all out? Okay. Is there any other Cormac you'd like to discuss it? Yes, go ahead.
No, it's a procedural vote.
Well, somebody tell me, can I or can I not? The chairman is
No.
telling me I can.
It's a procedural vote.
Oh, you're right. That's
all right.
We're voting whether to consider it, correct? Susan, I'm going to defer to you as our temporary parliamentarian on this. Okay, so we're going to vote on whether to send this back to committee. We're going to do a roll call vote because that's our only option here. Valerie, you're up.
Great. Oh, sorry. Did I not sound excited? I am excited. Yay. Okay. Susanna Aaron.
I vote yes. Let's send it back to committee.
Akila Asqui.
Yes, let's send it back to committee.
William Benesh.
Aye.
You voting to send it back to committee?
Yes.
Great. Keen Berger.
Yes.
Carter Booth.
Yes.
Katie Bordenaro.
No vote. I'm not voting. I'm not voting.
Amy Brenna. Amy. I'll come back. Rich Cacapolo.
Yes.
Ritu Chatri.
Yes.
Tom Connor. I don't know if he got back on or not. Could someone check for me?
He is back on. Tom?
Tom voted no.
But that's not the
He
question.
did not vote. That was his opinion. So this is an official vote.
Okay, so.
If you can
And
get
this
it.
is for attendance as well.
And we'll come back to Tom.
Great. Coral Dawson.
Yes.
Valerie De La Rosa. I'm voting no because I think we should vote on it as is and see where it stands. Doesn't mean I'm in agreement with it. John Paul DeVerna.
Yes.
Thank you. Doris Deether.
Doris, are you with us? Let me just check the phone.
Thank you.
Doris? I don't hear Doris, but we'll come back to her as well.
Okay. Bob Ely.
Yes.
Thank you. Mar Fitzgerald.
Yes.
Cormac Flynn.
No.
Joseph Gallagher.
Yes.
Okay. Susan Gammy.
Yes.
Thank you. David Gruber.
Yes.
Wayne Kawadler.
Yes.
Susan Kent.
Yes.
Janine Kiley.
Yes.
Betty Kubovi Weiss.
Yes. Yes.
Patricia Lariat.
Yes.
Michael Levine.
Yes.
Thank you. Janet is not here. Ed Ma.
Yes.
Thank you. Matt Metzger.
Yes.
Daniel Miller.
Yes.
Brian Pape.
Yes.
Donna Raftery.
Yes.
Lois Rakoff.
Yes.
Bo Riccobono. Robin Rothstein.
Yes.
Sandy Russo. Rocio Sands.
Yes.
Scott Sarciano.
Yes.
Shirley Secunda.
Yes.
Kristen Shea.
Yes.
Frederica Siegel.
Yes.
Dr. Shirley Smith.
Yes.
Oops, I skipped over Georgia. Sorry about that. Georgia Silvera Siemens.
Yes.
Thank you. Chenault Spence.
Yes.
Kathy Sullivan. Eugene Yu.
Yes.
Susan Wittenberg.
Yes.
Anthony Wong.
Yes.
Adam Zeldin.
No.
Great. Okay, so that is 38 yes, 3 no, and 1 abstention.
Okay, let's put this behind us and move forward. I'm going to make a motion to move items number 1 through 9 with 8 amended and 11 to 15 into the omnibus bill. Is there any objection to doing that? Okay, moving forward. Thank you, Bob. Valerie, reopening working group.
Yes. Wonderful. I realize it's 9:58, so I'm going to go through this as quick as I can, but I'm going to share my screen with the report quickly. I won't read through all of it. Basically what you have in your report, it's 24 pages, 22 of them you have seen before, It's the 22-page letter package and then a resolution that is introducing the letter into the record as an affirmation of our position on temporary open dining. As Carter mentioned, there are, I'll go through the resolution just one second, but as you know, the open restaurant program, which is what this is now being called, was announced by the mayor today and had 4 key elements, which were curb lane dining, which is dining in the roadway, sidewalk seating, backyard and patio seating, open street seating, and plaza seating. The duration is really interesting to note quickly that the curb lane dining is just a pilot until Labor Day, and the sidewalk seating is only until October. There's no end date for the backyard and patio seating, and neither does that actually address the use of roofs. So there is some loose language there that could be misinterpreted. There is no end, and there's no end date for that. And then for the open street seating, that is going to begin in July, and that also has no end date listed. So just kind of things to note. I will drop 2 links into the chat with the link to the executive order after I'm done with my report, as well as a link to the DOT Open Restaurants site where the application will go live tomorrow for a self-certification. So I won't go over that. There's plenty of news articles that can inform you. So to the resolution. So the resolution is, I don't actually know what page of your packet it's on, but it's page 4 within the report. And it's just stating that this working group was created to address all of the matters regarding reopening of New York City, and just calls out a lot of the stats that were already repeated in the package that you've already seen, which is the highest number of sidewalk cafes are in our district, as well as one of the highest densities of liquor licenses. And it just calls into the streetscape grid, as well as does call out the severe lack of guidance and enforcement that we've all experienced over the last few weeks, as well as the lack of social distancing and increase in noise and disturbances. And it just calls out a lot of the stats. We had 137 attendees for our meeting on Monday, June 1st. We received 36 emails and letters, including 30 specific areas of consideration that are also in this report. Other than that, just that the feedback is in this comprehensive package, as well as that this is in response to the intro bill 1957-2020, which was introduced on May 28th. From the borough board call this morning, Council Member Callos did say that the introduction of this executive order by the mayor does not necessarily preclude does not put a stop to that bill, which is currently laid over in committee. So I don't know what that means yet. Other than that, I also listed the official vote for the recommendation to send the letter that we did in the emergency executive committee meeting on June 3rd, and just list what is how we list out the 4 dining opportunities, the criteria, just all of the addenda essentially labeled there. And that's it. That's the resolution and the committee report. Will be doing a restarting together series, which will be some informational webinars, and we will be doing a temporary outdoor dining follow-up, as well as invite NYU and the new school to tell us about their reopening plans. And that's my report. Thank you so much.
And just for clarification, so what we're going to do is use that this resolution is in order to continue using the letter, is outlining the criteria of what we would advocate for. There's still a lot of really big open issues in the outdoor dining program. Even though it's been announced, there's some conflicts, there's some other issues. It's going to be a work in progress. So we'd like to use that letter as an outline to continue.
Yes, I like to add
with the mayor, the industry, and the for the moment, and with the city council.
I have one last thing to add really quickly. I'm going to stop sharing my screen because I think we're good with that. One quick thing is that one of the big issues for our district is that there's 2 things not called out in this open restaurants plan is hours. and nothing about restroom mitigation and lack thereof, which is a huge problem.
And it had been communicated to me that what was outlined is not everything that was outlined. So let's see what happens tomorrow, but that's not official. Apparently that there may be, according to the people who are involved in the discussions, there are some limitations on the hours and these temporary things. There also is some open conflicts between what the city is saying and what the New York State Liquor Authority is saying. So those city-state things. So those clearly need to resolve, but we've taken the first step, which is getting this going and is allowing restaurants in phase 2 to have outdoor seating. So that's, you know, I think it's going to be a little messy. It's what Bob was outlining in his report. So let us know if you see problems. Is there any other discussion on this? Okay, everybody's done talking. Okay. Is there any unwillingness to vote? All those, or I'm going to put this in the omnibus vote. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. So we're going to move item number 1 from the reopening working group into the omnibus bill. Is there any objection?
No.
Okay, so we're going to move that on over. Great, thanks. Next, traffic and transportation, Shirley.
Okay, I unmuted myself. And this one resolution unanimously approved, and it was really in response to what went on at our last meeting, which was an update by DOT on open streets, 2 bids giving their experience, which was mostly positive on open streets, and an awful lot of questions and not that many answers from DOT. And some concerns. So the resolution is in response to the concerns and really suggesting tweaks. So I will just tell you the title and I'll read you the resolves. So the resolution requests improvements to enhance safety and use on open streets. How did that happen? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. I don't know what
That's so
happened.
funny. I don't know what happened. Okay, so resolved. CB2 encourages DOT to investigate other options for open street barriers that facilitate moving them back in place when drivers move them aside and are easier to manipulate, whether automated, as in gates that rise and lower, or arm barriers, or manual, such as through swing barrier gates or lifts, with an eye to installing alternatives as soon as possible. Next resolve, DOT, that should alternative barriers not be workable, we ask DOT to consider instituting incentives to motivate drivers who enter open streets to put back the barriers, either positively with, say, a reward program, or punitively with ticketing. In either case, by installing cameras documenting drivers' actions. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, where am I? Okay, we're asking also DOT to please develop bigger, more visible, colorful signage that clearly delineates the rules governing entry into open streets and possible penalties for ignoring them, with use in some cases of illustrations. Further, we fully support an outdoor dining program, considering it critical to the survival of our many eating and drinking establishments, and also requests that careful attention be given to balancing the needs of both diners and non-diners by establishing clear guidelines for space allocation, use, and management that ensures that diners have adequate space for safe distancing and comfortable dining. At the same time, pedestrians and bicyclists have adequate open and safe passage. Okay, further, we ask for safeguards to be allowed and put in place in open streets, along with guidance with them. That may include traffic calming devices, such as planters and other types of diverters, like those used in Voners, as well as markers and temporary cones, all to slow down drivers and direct them away from and promote the protection of the various non-drivers using the streets. Finally, we recognize the need for and support the development of parameters that define an ideal open street, in addition to the DOT guidelines that emphasize where open streets cannot occur and what kind of limited traffic is allowed on them, including such features as use group, street and sidewalk dimensions, parking allocations, existing infrastructure such as bike lanes, amenities, and greenery, as well as different suitable typologies to guide those interested in applying for open streets. And that's that.
Okay, is there any discussion? Okay, I see silence. Is there any unwillingness to move this into the omnibus vote? Okay, so we're going to move the one traffic and transportation resolution. Okay, so that's moved in. Thank you, Shirley. Parks and Waterfront, Rich.
Yeah, hi. We had two resolutions, both were unanimous, but just before the meeting, I received a message from someone who I'll explain, and then so they asked to make an amendment, and I checked with Parks, and they said it should be corrected. So I'll explain that. The first one was about a resolution regarding the proposed design for the interim renovation of Mercer Playground. This was the second time we saw it. We liked it. We liked the design of it. There's some operational questions, but what we said was, therefore be it resolved that CB2 Manhattan appreciates the funding provided by NYU and the efforts of the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation to renovate the central play area of Mercer Playground, and agrees that the updated and presented design reflects the recommendations and concerns expressed by our committee after presentation of the original design, and supports renovation of the park according to the new design, though we appreciate that there are questions and opposition from some in the community about how the renovated playground will be used, operated, and monitored, and request that the Department of Parks and Recreation limit hours and define operating rules for the playground that are responsive to community concerns and that optimize use by the target age group of children, which is preteens and younger. And that passed unanimously. The one change in here was we had been told that there would be a lowering of the fence, and there was someone expressed some concerns about that. I checked with Steve Simon at Parks, and he said that's not going to happen in this phase. So that's in the whereas clauses. It's actually in the whereas number 3. So if possible, I'd like to accept that amendment and send an updated version.
Okay, that's on the which one is it? The first or second?
That's the third. It's the first resolution, the third whereas. I just need to take out reduction of the wall. I'm sorry. Lower fences. Lower fences. I just have to take out lower fences. That's it.
Valerie, do you have that?
I got it.
I can send it to you if you want. But that's it. And then and because again it was proposed and Parks said they won't be able to do it anyway, so they asked that it be removed. And the second had to do with a proposal by the people redeveloping the super blocks. This was to extend what's called the Bleecker Street landscape aesthetic to the east in front of the building that used to be Cole's Gym and is now going to be 181 Mercer Street, which is going to have this big public atrium. And so we heard the proposal. It's about 200 feet of just a somewhat changed sidewalk. It's a better sidewalk. It's got plantings and things. So we support this proposal. Therefore, be it resolved that CB2 Manhattan supports this proposal to improve the sidewalk area on Bleecker Street next what will be 181 Mercer Street. And that was unanimous as well.
Okay, great. So we've got items 1 is amended, 2 for the resolutions. Anybody want to discuss either of those? Silence again. Okay, great. Is there any objection to moving those into the omnibus bill? Okay, so we'll move those on over to the omnibus bill. And now schools and education. Janine.
Hi,
I know
good
you worked really hard on this. That's a very
evening.
short amount of time.
Yes, we finished our meeting about 24 hours ago. We had a meeting about talking to the children about racism. Our new CB2 member, Kayla Asqui, was one of our expert panelists. She's a child psychologist. For those of you who had time, I encourage you to take a look at the video or the slides, which we've shared here. And we went on and we provided some timestamps so you can go to that. So we passed one resolution in support of action steps to reduce systematic racism in our public schools. It's a bit long, but therefore be it resolved, Community Board 2 urges District 2 leadership to share broadly the results of the District 2 disproportionality study with school and parent leaders within District 2 in Manhattan, and that these results materially inform the public discussions and policy recommendations of Community Education Council District 2 and the educational decisions of District 2 leadership. 2, insist that the Department of Education centrally in the Borough of Manhattan, District 2, and every public elementary and middle school in Manhattan Community Board 2 commit to disrupting systemic racism and inequitable practices in our schools, including supporting A, school-wide anti-racist initiatives that involve principals and teaching staff, school and students, and school and the parent community. B, mandatory school-wide diversity initiatives that advise on social justice policies, formation of affinity groups, and the implementation of culturally relevant sustaining curricula. C, decolonizing all curriculum. D, ongoing not one-time training for school leaders. E, hiring of more diverse teaching staff. F, borough and district-wide diversity councils to share resources and best practices and push for change. And G, promotions to leadership positions within schools, district boroughs, and the DOE based upon a clear and defined track record of anti-racist educational initiatives. 3, urges the DOE to create a centralized reporting mechanism for measuring, tracking, and publicly reporting initiatives to disrupt systemic racism, including publicly reporting data on suspensions and IEP classifications by race and gender, and B, addressing goals and progress of diversity initiatives in each school's quality review and comprehensive education plan, including but not limited to restorative justice programs, formation of affinity groups, implementation of culturally relevant sustaining curricula, and hiring of a diverse teaching staff. 4, insists that the DOE implement bold strategies to reduce the digital divide, including ensuring that every student has a remote learning device and laptops with keyboards for middle and high school students. B, providing access to high-speed broadband, prioritizing low-income communities and students living in transitional housing. And C, funding from DOE central, not individual school budgets, which would only result in greater instructional cuts at schools that serve the most vulnerable students. And finally, 5, implores our elected officials to outline a path toward budget justice that does not leave the police budget untouched at a time when all other essential services, including education, may be cut. So we urge you to reduce the NYPD budget by at least $1 billion this year and reallocate a significant portion of this funding toward education, and aggressively seek additional funding for our public schools and limit in-school budget cuts. And the vote was unanimous by our committee.
Thanks, Janine, and thanks for your hard work on this. You know, a number of people have asked me, and I was wondering if you could just explain to people who are not aware what restorative justice is. That's a concept that's talked about a lot, and I don't think everybody here has a understanding of what restorative justice is when it's used in the context that you guys are discussing in the schools.
It basically looks at, you know, the victims and the offenders and how they can, you know, I'm going to give a simple example that relates to what we spent a lot of meeting time on tonight. Restorative justice, this is a tiny example, but it might be the difference between people walking around with, a person of color walking around with a open container and being arrested by the police or not wearing a mask, while, you know, people in other neighborhoods, you know, at Pier 45 just being given a warning or being handed a mask to wear. And that's sort of an example of, how different people are treated differently. One example that was given in our meeting is middle school students congregate in the halls. That's pretty much universal for that age group. And they're told to go, and they always ignore the teachers. And what one of the schools found is that they were disproportionately giving demerits to the students of color, and the white students were just given a warning and then went to go to class, versus the other kids, the students of color. So that's not giving you a really good example. I mean, those are just examples of it in practice, but it could also be, this is what a big part of LMC is doing, is they're working with students and building better relationships with faculty and teachers. So when there is a problem or concern, they can actually come to an adult and address it versus, acting out in class. And so instead of punishing the figuring out what the root cause is and figuring out behaviors and changes you need to do to prevent that action from happening in the first place.
Great, thanks. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I just
okay.
a lot of terminology that's coming up that not everybody's familiar with, and it's important for us to start all understanding the different terminology so that we can all be on the same page when we're having discussions. Is there any other any discussion on this resolution?
Thanks, Janine.
Yes, Georgia.
It's just a comment. This is a really important issue, and it was really well done. And thanks to Janine and all the folks she worked with to put together the event.
Thank you. And I should give a shout out to Mar Fitzgerald and Patricia Laria, who really worked hard on this.
And Akila.
And Akila, who presented, whose many of her points are in our resolution.
Okay. So I don't see any discussion. So is there any unwillingness to move this into the omnibus vote that we'll be having? Okay. I don't see any objections. So we'll move one resolution from schools and education. And now moving on to quality of life. Joe Gallagher.
Hi, thanks. Good evening. We have two resolutions. The first is for an application to construct, maintain, and use a front stoop to a parlorway main entry into the house and steps to a lower secondary entry to the basement level at 17 East 9th Street. And the committee recommends denial of this application at this location unless the applicant reduces the proposed stoop extension to a maximum of 6 feet 6 inches, which was from the landmarks resolution back in April. And then our second resolution is an application for a modification of a revocable consent to construct and continue to use an ADA wheelchair lift and exterior stairway at 33 9th Avenue on West 13th Street. And the committee recommends approval of this application, and that's recommended unanimously. And sorry, the previous resolution was recommended with one opposed.
Any discussion? No comment. Oh, yes, Rocio, I see you have your hand up.
Well, thank you so much. I believe that we can't always rubber stamp what another committee says, because we have this board meeting, the full board, to discuss. If one committee has one opinion and another committee has another opinion, I think this is where we can actually voice all of our opinions, and the full board can take a vote on what they believe is the right decision for each application. So otherwise, why we would have different committees, right? We should all be given the right to discuss and agree or disagree with something that is in front of landmarks. For instance, now we got the Quality of Life Committee looking at this stoop at East, 9th Street? I forget. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so some of the fellow board members criticized the fact that they didn't make the changes that the Landmarks Committee decided they should make. And I oppose that because it's expensive. When an applicant presents a an application with drawings that cost a lot of money to make. Maybe the landmarks committee will say, well, I think you should do this and you should do that and you should paint the door green instead of white, whatever they decide. So the applicant goes, turns around and does that. Then they come before the quality of life committee, and the quality of life committee can say, well, we don't really like that. Anyway, at the end of the day, we're only advisory, and this is still going to go before the landmarks commission. They're the ones that have the final decision of what to do. Why make an applicant go through all the different hoops, requiring them or recommending that they have to change the plans in order to abide by what one committee said? So I think it's just unfair, and that the applicant should not be criticized because they did not change the application. And I know that this applicant worked very hard to make a beautiful drawing, make a beautiful stoop in front of their building that's going to be an amazing change for the better of the whole block, and the aesthetics will be beautiful. And I think that we should vote in favor of this application because it really is worthy of having a stoop back instead of the way it is. So that's my recommendation, and I voted against it for those reasons. And I think that we can't make applicants spend thousands and thousands of dollars on our whim because we don't like this, we don't like that. At the end of the day, landmarks could say, you know what, we don't like those recommendations, and they shouldn't have changed it. In the meantime, they already spent the money. So I think it's unfair. And I'm going to vote against the resolutions as is.
Thanks, Rocio. I know that other people don't feel that way. Does anybody else want to further discuss that, or can we accept that there are differences?
I'll just think for that it wasn't just the landmark. The entire community board voted to adopt the landmark committee's recommendation.
Excellent point. Okay. Is there any other discussion?
May I say something here, Carter? There was also a unanimous feeling in the committee that the issue really was the same before both committees. The stoop extension is out into the sidewalk to a dimension that we do not like, that reduces the amount of clearance for pedestrians to pass. So the issue really that came before both committees, landmarks and quality of life, is the fact that the stoop is simply too long and is too much of an incursion into the sidewalk. It was addressed by landmarks and it was addressed by quality of life. So that's why most of us on the committee voted in favor of the resolution to recommend denial based upon the landmark committee recommendation and the way the members of the committee felt that the stoop is simply too long and extends out too far into the sidewalk.
Carter.
Joe, did I express that correctly?
Yes, but it extends the same as 3 other stoops on the same block. That's what my problem is. If it didn't, then I wouldn't be saying anything.
Okay. Thanks. Is there more discussion? Okay. Is there any unwillingness to move this into the omnibus bill? Items 1 and 2 for traffic and transportation. Okay, I'm going to move those over. Lost the page where I'm writing this all down. Okay. Okay, great. Thanks, Joe. And then I don't think we had a resolution for Economic Development Committee, correct? Or I may be looking at an older version of the agenda. Okay, so there's no resolution from there. Okay, so that concludes our standing committee reports. We now have an omnibus bill. We still have one more item in new business, but we're going to vote on the omnibus bill, which includes from the Landmarks Committee 2 items, resolution 1 and 2, from the SLA Licensing Committee items 1 through 9 and 11 through 15. The resolution 8 in the SLA was amended to include the temporary application that was also put forward. The reopening working group has 1 resolution. The Traffic and Transportation has one resolution. The Parks Committee has two resolution. One is amended. Number 1 is amended and number 2 remains unchanged. The Schools and Education Committee has one resolution, and the Quality of Life Committee has resolutions 1 and 2. Is there any unwillingness to vote on those? People will have an opportunity during the roll call if they would like to have a separate vote on any specific items. I would ask that that you just note which one they are so that Valerie can note that when she's doing the roll call vote. Is there any unwillingness to vote that way? So everybody's good? Okay, Valerie, can you call the roll call for the vote?
21. That's 21 resolutions as part of that omnibus, right? That's what I have.
Yep.
Okay, great.
I think so.
Great. Okay, it's fine.
This is too long a meeting. I'm sorry. Okay. It's 10:30. This meeting started at 6:30.
Okay.
That's ridiculous.
Susanna Aaron?
Yes.
Akila Esqui?
Yes.
William Benesh?
Yes.
Keen Berger?
She's got thumbs up, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Carter Booth?
Yes.
Katie Bordenaro?
Yes.
Thank you. Amy Brenna?
Yes.
Rich Cacapolo?
Yes.
Ritu Chaudhry?
Yes.
Thank you. Coral Dawson?
Yes.
Valerie De La Rosa? Yes. John Paul DeVerna?
Yes.
Doris Seether?
Muted.
Doris is unmuted. Muted. Doris?
Unmuted.
Except for
the omnibus vote?
yes, I said okay, except for the traffic committee.
Okay, I'll make a note.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Ely?
Yes.
Mark Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Cormac Flynn?
Yes.
Joseph Gallagher?
Yes.
Susan Gant?
Yes.
Amy Berger?
Yes.
Wayne Kawadler?
Yes.
Susan Kent?
Yes.
Janine Kiley?
Yes.
Betty Kubovi Weiss?
Yes.
Michelle Laria?
Yes.
Michael Levine?
Yes.
Thanks. Janet Liff? Oh, she's not here. Sorry. My bad. Ed Ma?
Yes.
Matt Metzger? Daniel Miller?
Yes.
Metzger's a yes, sorry.
Brian Pape?
Yes.
Donna Raftery?
Yes.
Lois Rakoff?
Yes.
Bo Riccobono? I think he's here. Robin Rothstein?
Yes.
Sandy Russo? Rocio Sands?
Yes, except for the quality of life, number 117 East 9th Street. I'm voting against that resolution.
Got it. Scott Sartiano?
Yes.
Shirley Secunda?
Yes.
Kristen Shea?
Yes.
Frederica Siegel?
Yes.
Georgia Silvera Siemens?
Yes.
Thanks. Dr. Shirley Smith?
Yes.
Chenault Spence?
Yes.
Thanks. Kathy Sullivan? Not here. Jean?
Yes.
Thanks. Susan Wittenberg? Anthony Wong?
Yes.
Adam Zeldin?
Yes.
Okay, one more chance for Susan Wittenberg.
Susan,
Sandy,
Yes.
is that Sandy yes or Susan yes? Sorry, I can't tell voices.
Susan, yes.
Thank you. Okay, that is 44. Oh, hold on. 44 yes with a no on quality of life and one no on quality of life and one no on the traffic resolution.
Okay, great. So that concludes our standing committee reports, and now we're moving on to new business. Two executive meetings ago, we started talking about some of the contemporary issues that have really been pushed to the forefront with the murder of George Floyd, and for us in New York, just specifically on Memorial Day, and also the incident with Amy Cooper. They obviously started an incredible chain of events of really our entire community beginning to look at racial equity in our community, systemic issues, and the conversation has really started moving forward. Right after that executive committee meeting 2 weeks ago, I started discussing with Mara Fitzgerald and Patricia Laria about this, and I asked them to start maybe putting together, at that point, it wasn't clear what it was, whether it would be a letter or a resolution, but it quickly came clear that it would probably be best a letter to our community addressing, inviting our community to participate in a discussion. And through that discussion, it seemed that the right way to do that would be to have as many members of the board as would like to sign on to the letter, and sort of trying to do this quickly because I was going to say a little bit more, but our time obviously has gone on. So what you have before you is also discussed at this past week's executive committee meeting, which is a letter that's to our community. I'm going to invite Mar and Patricia to introduce the committee and talk about the letter.
Hi, everyone. This is the Equity Working Group, and this is our statement that we came up with together, and we've shared our statement with a few of our members, and it's a statement that to address what's been happening in our nation and world, because it's life or death for Black and Brown people, and we hope that you will support this letter by adding your name. We would like to hear your comments and concerns so that we can take it back to the Equity Working Group at our first meeting scheduled for June 30th at 6:30. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, we would love your support and your feedback. And we hope to do this work to fix some of the imbalances in our policies and our practices that affect our most vulnerable and marginalized community members. And that really is the purpose of the EWG. So, thanks.
Oh, and just so we're going to announce the members of the working group at the next executive committee meeting. And the letter, just, I know that you guys have it in your package just so you can understand, in case it's not clear, I'm a little tired at this point, but what we would have is we would list all the board members' names on the second page, and however long the page would go, who would agree to sign on to the letter. And what the idea here is, after the discussion, we would have not a roll call vote, but just have read through the names and have people agree whether they would like to sign on to the letter. And then for people who are not at the meeting tonight, we'll reach out to them separately and ask them as well. So just procedurally, that's it seemed more appropriate to send this as a letter. Matt had raised the concept that generally what we do is through resolutions, but this did not seem appropriate to have embodied in a resolution, and that's why it is in letter form and addressed to our community. So is there any discussion?
You have two hands raised, Carter.
Oh, sorry. I was sorry. I was all the way at the bottom. David.
Yeah.
You know, generally, I don't think the community board should concern itself with broader issues outside the board, but I want to say, I thought that the letter was extremely well done. I like the way you took like the national issues, the international issues, and brought it exactly into CB2 and this community, and I congratulate you, and I think you did a fine job.
Great, thanks, David. Frederica.
I echo David's sentiments. I have to get off the meeting, but I would like my name added. So thank you for the work that you did.
Okay. Dr. Smith.
Yes. Did I understand you to say, Carter, that Matt, someone said that this was not the most appropriate way to go was through a letter as opposed to a resolution?
No, what they had said was that generally the way that we put forward our positions is through a resolution, but then we had discussed that this was prior to us figuring this out. How would we do this? And instead of a resolution, which we all vote for, we could write a letter that we all sign, basically doing it. He wasn't against it. It was just a different approach, taking into account those comments.
I thank you.
Susan.
Since this is addressed to our community, to whom specifically will we be sending this?
The idea is that we will send this out to those who are on our email list. Bob will distribute it, and apparently I was not aware of this until recently. There is a select group to which they will receive it by mail.
And will this go to anyone official? I mean,
Yes, and as Bob's point, we'll post it on our website as well. This will stand and live on the website as well, in the Equity Working Groups section of our website. Katie?
Okay, I think I'm unmuted.
Yes.
Good. Like Frederica, I have to get off the phone. I have a very early appointment tomorrow morning, but I definitely want my name on the letter, and I'm very grateful that it was composed. Writing something like this is can be very draining, and I really appreciate the effort that it took. So thank you to the committee, and please put my name on, Carter.
Great, thanks. Georgia?
I'm raising my hand to add my name to this letter, and just to express my gratitude to Mar and Patricia for bringing this to our community board and our neighborhood. Thanks so much.
Great, thanks. And I also have Valerie.
Yeah, is this gonna go on the CB2 social media channels, like as like a JPEG or anything?
Yep, that's a great idea, yes. All of our usual distribution channels that we would have, which, yes.
And I have one more question. Will we, I know people are raising their hands to indicate they want to sign the letter or whatnot, or they're commenting because they're about to get off the call. Is this going to go to a vote?
Yes, I'd like you to just go through and we can add in people who have already said, indicated their position, but let's just finish the comments quickly and then hopefully.
Do you want us to raise our hand to say we're signing? How do we?
No, I just rather it's easier for us to keep track, to have Valerie just go through. Susan?
Thank you. The one thing I just wanted to add in that I think is so important about the community board doing this and how good it is that I remember other times when issues came up that weren't directly related to something that had come to us or people felt had bigger reach, and we never ever took a strong position on it because we felt that wasn't what we did. And this is so important, and I'm so glad that CB2 is doing it, and I think that it's amazingly important. I feel proud to be part of it, so thank you.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Susan, that you're raising, because that's one of the things that I brought up as one of the first things that Mara, Patricia, and I discussed, is that we have control of one institution that we're all members of, and that's community board too. And that's where we can make a change, and we can make our own processes better and our own system better. It's something we have direct control over, and we can all do together. And so that's really, you know, bringing something that's outside of our realm right into our realm to do the right thing. So that's, I'm looking forward to doing that with everybody together. Michael.
Yes, thank you very much for adding that one line at the end of the letter, soliciting people to submit comments to the community board, which was not in the original version, so thank you for doing that. I'm expecting that we will get a lot of responses to this letter, given the distribution that you're planning, and I'm hoping that we can have, although I don't think it should take that much time at each meeting, but an update as to the nature of the responses we get from our community. The community is hearing from us how we feel, we're all signing on to it, and I think it would be really great if we could have a routine follow-up from the chairs of this working group as to what the response from our community has been. So thank you for adding that one sentence as a conclusion to the letter.
June 30th, 6:30 p.m.
Great.
First update, I think. Coral.
Great. Terrific.
Coral? Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I would just say if we have the community members providing their updates or their feedback, we can also make that public, because it's a public response to a public thing. So we could have that on a website or whatever, and their public response can be made public.
Yeah, I think we can also summarize too, depending on the nature, but I'll leave that up to Mara and Patricia as they.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we need to start going through the names. I think that I'm starting to see a little bit of attrition. Valerie. So right now, Valerie is requesting, when she reads your name, is if you would like to affix your name to this letter that's going to be sent out to the community that you have before you in your package.
Great. Okay. Let me just pull this up. All right, Susanna Aaron.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Sheila Esqui.
Yes.
William Benesh.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. Keenberger.
Yes, with great pride.
Thank you. Carter Booth.
Yes.
Katie Bordenaro. Oh, she said yes. I've got a list of who said verbally or in the chat, so if I will just call them back as I mark. Amy Brenna.
Yes.
Thanks. Rich Cacapolo.
Yes.
Ritu Chaudhry said yes in the chat. Tom Connor.
Tom is lost.
I can also give him a call afterwards.
I think that.
All right. Coral Doc.
Yes.
Thank you. Valerie De La Rosa, yes. John Paul DeVerna.
Yes.
Doris Diether.
Doris, yes.
Let me just double check here on Doris. Doris, can you hear us?
Yeah, yes.
Yes. Okay.
I'm going to check on Tom then really quickly so I can just. Tom? I'm going to move on. Sorry, hold on. Bob Ely, sorry, that getting far on the spreadsheet here. Bob Ely.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mar Fitzgerald.
Yep.
Cormac Flynn.
Yes.
Joseph Gallagher.
Yes.
Susan Gammy said yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. David Cooper.
Yes.
Thank you. Wayne Coldwell.
Yes.
Susan Kent.
Yes.
Janine Kiley.
Yes.
Betty Kawabi Weiss.
Yes.
Patricia Laria.
Yes.
Michael Levine.
Yes.
Okay, Janet Lipp is not here. Ed Ma.
Yes.
Okay. Matt Metzger.
Yes.
Daniel Miller.
Yes.
Brian Pape.
Absolutely yes.
Donna Rafferty.
Yes.
Lois Rakoff.
Absolutely. Yes. I think you said me, yes.
Yes. Sandy Russo? Okay, Rocio Sands?
Yes, of course.
Scott Sartiano?
Yes.
Shirley Secunda?
Yes.
Kristen Shea? Frederica Siegel said yes in the chat, I believe, or said it verbally. Georgia also said it in the chat. Dr. Shirley Smith? Chenault Spence? Kathy?
Yes.
Thank you, Chenault.
Did you hear me, Valerie?
I've got you now, Dr.
Okay.
Smith. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes.
Eugene Yu?
Emphatically, yes.
Thank you. Susan Wittenberg?
Yes, yes.
Anthony Wong?
Yes.
And Adam Zeldin.
Sorry, came off half mute. Yes.
Thank you. That is 43 names.
Okay, so just, so the names that we would still need to reach out to are Anita, that I had, Tom, Janet, who else?
Oh, okay. So Anita, Tom Connor, Janet Liff, Bo Riccarono, Sandy Russo, if she's not on still, Kristen Shea, Kathy Sullivan.
Can you share those with Mar, Patricia, and I so that we can reach out, because we'd like to get this letter out tomorrow.
Sure, I'll do
We
it.
can reach out to them directly and send an email.
Carter,
Great.
can you unmute Tom? I think he wanted to say yes before.
Yeah, I had tried to unmute him several times.
Try him now. Try him now.
I'm trying again. He has to unmute himself. I can't unmute him, unfortunately.
He's putting his glasses on. Watch.
Okay.
You give a thumbs up, thumbs down.
Oh yeah, do we want to do this? All right.
Where'd he go? Oh.
Speak.
I think, Tom, that you should, I think that you're unmuted now, right?
Somehow, Carter,
There you go. We can hear you, Tom.
something happened. I have to talk tomorrow to Valerie, but I did vote in favor of that resolution.
Great.
But I guess
Yes,
I
I
guess
got
it
the
didn't.
omnibus.
Okay, so we have you marked as yes. And also, did you vote in favor of the omnibus vote?
He did. I gave him a call just to.
Okay, perfect. Okay, great. Is there anybody else that did not, his name wasn't called? Any, okay. So that concludes, is there any other new business? Silence, okay. It's no other new business. There's no other old business, nothing else, correct?
No.
So is there?
Carter?
Yes.
It's Carl.
Yes.
So is the letter going out tomorrow for Juneteenth, or how are we marking Juneteenth?
You know, that's something that Mar and Patricia and I had discussed, and I think that if they were going to add something in it was a little complicated in going with the flow of the letter. But Mar, Patricia, do you guys want to speak to that?
Yeah, I actually sent you an intro that honors Juneteenth. You guys can edit it a little bit if you want, but it says, today marks the 155th anniversary of the abolition of slavery throughout the entirety whole of the United States. Celebrated on June 19th, the Juneteenth holiday commemorates that day in 1865 when formerly enslaved people in Texas were told they had been freed, 2 years after Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. Therefore, it is a fitting moment to announce the formation of the Community Board 2 Equity Working Group. It signifies our commitment to end the widespread, systematic injustice and violence targeting Black people in America by pledging our commitment to racial justice within Community Board 2.
And that's great, by the way. And how do these two fit together? Just so I didn't see it in my email, but how do they, for the letter that we have, and I'm just doing this because tomorrow is a holiday for our staff now. And so I just want to make sure that we get it all clarified so that we can, right now, so we can get the letter out tomorrow.
Carter, correction. Tomorrow is not a holiday for city workers. I was in touch with the community affairs office, and there's no.
It's a state. It's for the
Just
state.
state
not,
workers. That's right.
Yeah,
That's
not
right.
city, state.
Okay. So, all right. So, so just, Mara, did you want to put that into the body of the letter or into the cover?
I think the email cover.
Okay. So we can work on that then tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. The cover is probably more appropriate.
Right, because the letter's going to live for a long time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Perfect. Perfect solution to what we, thank you for doing that in a very short amount of time since we talked.
I would also like for us to make a motion for us to end the meeting.
Yes, that's what I was just, motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Shirley.
I was starting to do that, yes. And
Have a good night, everyone.
seconded.
Okay.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Good night,
Bob,
everyone.
Have a good night, all.
Don't forget to pick up all of your stuff. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, I gotta get out of here.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. Tom, it's great to see you. I can't hear you, but you want to unmute yourself, Tom?
Hi, Tom. Oh, look.
Tom, can you hear us now?
Can you hear me?
I can. It's great to see you. I hope the tablet's working out for you.
Thank you very much. I didn't expect a 6-hour meeting though.
Yeah, you got to join one of our longest meetings that we've had.
Anyway, thank you very much for all your help.
All right. Thanks, Tom. It's great to see you.
Okay, bye.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night.